Good morning. This is the February 16th, 2023 session of the Montgomery County Planning Board. I have a note from the historians that the Reverend Josiah Hanson began a journey of more than 1,000 miles on foot from Montgomery County, Kentucky in February of 1825. Hanson had agreed to transport a group of 22 enslaved by Isaac Riley to prevent the community from being sold to settle Riley's debts. It was among the pivotal episodes in Hanson's life that ultimately led him to free himself and his family by traveling to Canada. And we do have a Matthew Henson museum if you'd like to see it as well. And I invite everybody to do that. I have other preliminary matters here. We have the adoption of resolutions, which is item 1 on our agenda. May we proceed to adopt these all at one time?
So long as there's no board member has changes to any individual resolution, they can be adopted as a group.
Does any board member want to raise anything individually between Rock Springs Center Preliminary Plan 1, 1998-09 2C, Rock Spring Tower 1 Site Plan 8-2023-03 6C, Rock Spring Tower 2 Site Plan 8-2020-04 017C, Rock Spring Center Site Plan 8-2020-2019 00038. I see no objections to what was submitted for these resolutions. Can I hear a motion?
Move approval to the 4 actions that you just cited into the record.
Second, please.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. All those in favor say aye.
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 Commissioner Presley, your mic is off. I think you voted aye, but
Aye. Aye.
thank you. We have approval of minutes. We'll do these separately, I guess. One is the closed session minutes of January 19th, 2023. Can I have a motion to approve?
So moved, Mr. Chair. I'll second then.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay. Minutes of February 2nd, 2023. Can I have a motion to approve?
Mr. Chair, I move we approve the minutes of the general session for February 2nd.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
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 All right. Unanimous so far. We're doing good. All right. We have item 1C, Bethesda Downtown Plan Implementation Advisory Committee reappointment of members. There was a memo that was posted and in everybody's packets. We're reappointing members who have been there, who are interested in staying on. They may serve for 2 terms, and this would be their second terms for 3 of them, I think. Can I see a motion?
Mr. Chair, I do have a question for staff.
Sure.
Which is, are we having any difficulty with diversity on that body? Because it seems to me we're reappointing 3 people, and this would be an opportunity to make some more space at the table if that's an issue.
Good morning, Elza McCoy, Chief Down County Planning. For the record, I think we have made significant efforts to put the word out that these openings are available. We have not had lately a spectacular response. In fact, on the business owner side, I think there's at least 1 seat that's open. We haven't gotten applicants, so we're back to beating the bushes. So I think we are we're doing our best to get folks from various corners of Bethesda, property owners, business owners, residents from the single-family communities, residents from the multifamily buildings, and what we've brought to you today is what we have to offer.
So we're experiencing a participatory lag instead of and we're thankful for the incumbents to be signing up again.
We are.
Okay, good.
And I'm delighted to know there are still bushes in Bethesda to beat.
No net loss of bushes in Bethesda.
Don't start with no. Too many people on new net loss. All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I guess Commissioner Roberta seconded to Ms. Commissioner Presley's motion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay. We have a state legislation update. I think Ms. Borden is on the lines. There we go. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Deborah Borden, General Counsel for the Commission. I'm sharing my screen, so hopefully you can see that. The first bill is SB 526, Natural Resources, Forest Preservation and Retention. This is a fairly sweeping overview or update of the state's forest conservation law. And I say it's sweeping because it really changes the landscape, no pun intended. What it is doing is increasing the ratio by which people have to mitigate forest clearing, and it's increasing it by a significant amount. 8 times is the highest amount for certain priority forests, and 4 times is the increase. So it's going from 1/4 acre to every acre that you clear, and it's taking that to 2 acres. So you have to replace 2 acres for every acre that you clear for priority forest, and 1 acre for every acre that you clear for other forests. So, the idea that we need to revise our forest conservation law statewide and up our game, certainly to meet our climate goals, is absolutely something that everybody agrees with. All of the counties agree with that. What we don't agree with is the way this bill is attempting to do that. There are no grandfathering clauses. There's no protection for anybody who's in the middle of their development process. And the ratios are really, really significant, especially considering there's no phasing in. It would just literally come down like a hammer on a lot of projects. So we are working with MACO, and we are not the only counties that have significant concerns. Basically, the concerns are across the state, from Western Maryland to the Eastern Shore. So we are hopeful that MACO can work out a solution that includes a study of the forest conservation law statewide that will include all of the counties so that we can have all of our voices heard. And we would develop some comprehensive amendments over the summer and then come back at this next session, next year. We think that is likely to happen. We don't know for sure at this point, which is why we've sort of drafted this in a very strange way. We've drafted it sort of as an opposition, but we've left the position TBD because we want to leave the option open that we don't actually have to oppose the bill because it's going to morph into a study. And that's what we hope will happen. We'll know about that probably in the next week or two. If the bill looks like it's going to move, we will bring it back to you for a position, and it will be our recommendation at that point that the position is that we oppose the bill as written. Without significant amendments, this bill would be a real problem for both of our counties. Did you have any questions?
You don't need a position of the board on this? This is just for information at this point?
It's just for information, and it's just so that you can see the the comments that we are giving and talking about with Mako, so that you're not in the dark. We're doing our best to not oppose the bill if we don't have to, because if the bill is not going to go forward this year, we don't have to oppose it. We would rather work together collaboratively with Mako and all of the other counties and the sponsors for that matter, to come up with something that is going to be wonderful and cutting edge and great for our counties and great for the environment.
Okay, Commissioner Presley has a question or comment.
I do. This is so far the other way and will be so detrimental to developers. I don't know what we wind up with. I mean, over my time in positions with the board, these requirements have been changed many times to the point where, years ago we thought, okay, this is good. And there was pushback because at what point do we make it so that someone can't accomplish the other goals we have in the county, which is providing affordable housing? And there's a point at which you have to say too much is too much. And from my perspective, every single county that's against it should oppose it now. My perspective is that there should be a loud statement made that it's not about holding hands and singing Kumbaya, we can get more from developers. Which is our priority? We've got trees, we've got conservation. I'm not against preservation, but I am wholly against continuing to have exactions that reduce our potential to meet the other goals, which are more important, and that's people. People are more important than trees, and I defer to what our council thinks is best. I just wanted my opinion on the record that I think everybody who's opposed to it now should send a strong message so that people don't think it's about making little changes around the edges. This is just way overboard. It's way too much. And we need to consider how far we're going to push people till they develop elsewhere. Thanks. Thanks for listening to my rant.
I understand that rant, to tell you the truth, and it's just tactically really whether we oppose now or oppose later, I guess, if it goes forward. I understand trying to talk to our delegation and the rest of the General Assembly to get to more reasonable conclusions. So I understand where the recommendation of staff here. Commissioner Panera.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Commissioner Presley's rant or his statements. Definitely, it's a trade-off between development and forest conservation. My issue is, I think the attorney that presented said that there may be enough time to do a study, and I'm concerned that, if we spend too much time on the study and the legislature comes around and says, well, next week, you have to make a position. We're going to have to accelerate that study. I don't know if in a week or 2 weeks or a month. Do you have any kind of a timetable for what kind of study will be done?
Yes. No, the study that I'm suggesting is that we would get a work group together with all of the representatives from each of the counties all across the state. Mako would be the lead on it, and we would conduct the study over the summer. So we would take the time to go through all of these issues, because it's not just the ratios. It's also the fact that they are putting so many restrictions on tree banking that it's making it impossible to do tree banking. And so when you attack the situation from different angles, you're doing things that really push people into areas where we don't want them to be. We don't want developers to have no choice but to pay a fee. That's the last thing we want. We want them to be able to plant trees. We want them to be able to protect existing forest, things that actually have a meaningful impact. And so, but all of the counties have different situations. They're all different in terms of where they are in their development evolution. and we need the regulations to take all of that into account. And it's, these regulations are just not. They're written for, a county really that doesn't exist. And so, we want to get together the counties, with MACO helping us, make sure that we get to a product, that we don't just talk, we get to a product, and then we have something to present that we can all of the counties can get behind next year.
Yeah, I appreciate
not this year.
Yeah, I appreciate. In fact, it might be even a good idea to do that study, even if this bill doesn't go anywhere, because it might come up again. So it might be a good idea to get all the stakeholders and MACO together and do that study so that, we have it next time that somebody comes up with this kind of, crazy idea. Thank you.
Commissioner Presley?
Yeah, I'm just so disturbed by this. Sorry, Deborah, but I don't see one single good thing. There's not. Everybody has been within the counties comfortable with the exactions that have been made and with the penalties when, we're pretty severe on penalties if you encroach on, so we're really, we kind of are protected up the yin yang. And I think even while a study is a good idea, somehow a message should be sent. Maybe all the counties can send a letter stating that we are completely opposed to this for these reasons currently, but we are conducting a study group over the summer. Because I can't imagine, how long has this been out for people to even see this proposed?
It's only been out for 3 weeks, which is why it's so, it's been a really short time frame. We've had to talk to MACO, we've had to talk to the sponsors, and then we've had to talk internally. And that has been a big challenge because it really, the bill was not pre-filed. We only got it, I think, just barely 3 weeks ago.
Okay,
and
well,
so
I can't
having
even
to pull
imagine.
all of this, together in that short period of time.
Yeah.
I had 13 pages of comments to distill into 2 pages. Yeah.
And I can't even believe that the developers aren't all over this already.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
I mean,
I'm sure
it's,
they are.
There's just a point at which too far is too far, too much is too much. And I agree with Commissioner Pinheiro that it would be good to have the study regardless of what happens so that you have the information present. And certainly the information about the different stages of development, that's important because a lot of times someone proposes a bill and then they're not thinking about the unintended ramifications. But overall, I really wish there was a way to express from all the counties collectively extreme opposition. And that's
I think it has been. I do, which is why I think the notion of a study has gained traction. Okay. I don't want to say that it's a done deal yet, but it has gained a lot of traction. So
on a good point, I'll end with this on a good note. Usually when somebody starts to conduct a study, the legislation silently slips away permanently. So thank you for that.
Well, I can't promise that, but we certainly hope that whatever happens will be better than what we have. And so my next bill, next and last, it's only 2, HB 556 is the cannabis reform bill. And again, we are not asking for the commission to take a position on this bill. And the reason is that cannabis reform remains fairly controversial. We have members of our delegation who, in spite of the referendum back in November where the voters voted for it, we have members of our delegation who are still not particularly in favor of legalized adult use cannabis. So we put this together only to talk about 2 areas, the zoning provisions that the bill talks about and the employer-employee relationship provisions. And we have very limited comments, and we want to submit these comments into the record and also send them to MACO because they are also compiling all of the county's comments. And so I'm happy to go through these or answer any questions you might have, but they're very limited comments. They're, and in some situations, they're just questions saying, have you thought about this? And is this really your intent? So we really wanted to make sure that, these are neutral comments that are technical in nature.
I certainly understand the zoning comment, and, it's not the first land use that the state legislature has been involved in. We have legislation dealing with gun, both sale and shooting ranges. So whatever we can do to get clarity would be a good thing. Anybody else have any comments?
Yeah, I have a question. You note on your memo that the problem is that they use the phrase unduly burdened, and that's what's problematic. So I'm wondering, I guess I kind of see this sort of in the same vein as, quote, adult entertainment zoning restrictions. So I'm wondering what or whether you'll be submitting alternate language to this unduly burdened phrase.
Well, I guess my answer to that is we will work with MACO because we may have other counties that have the same concern. And so it depends on whether the sponsors are going to be looking to just delete the language or whether they want to try to wordsmith it. We don't want to necessarily suggest it because we just don't know where they are. This is a big, big bill. This is 88 pages. They might just say, you know what, we're just going to delete it. And that would be fine with us. So we're kind of trying to leave it up to them to tell us what they want to do. But if they want to engage us to wordsmith it, we will do our best to help them.
And we do have the regulations on, like, adult bookstores stating the distance from schools and other things within our own zoning ordinance, and we're perfectly capable of doing that with this as well. I think, Commissioner Hill has a comment?
It just seems to me that liquor control is a good analogy here.
It's true, except we own the liquor stores.
Yeah, I know.
Not the beer and wine stores.
Not beer and wine, right, hard liquor, but, okay, I think you've got all you're going to get.
Mr. Chair, I think Commissioner Pinheiro has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, thank you, Commissioner Pinheiro.
Well,
There you go.
thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to benefit from your wisdom, Mr. Chair. In regards to gun and liquor, well, liquor is a local zoning, but in the case of gun, when the state passes legislation regarding zoning, is that pretty much an infringe? Or is it an infringement? I mean, do we have to follow that, or can we oppose it at the local level, or create our own zoning?
It depends how they write it, because the state grants the localities the power to zone. So given that they are the source of zoning power, they can control by legislation if they so choose. We don't like when they do that, but they can do that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay?
We do our best to help them with it.
To help keep them out of zoning, for as far as I know.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're done with this item. Thank you, Ms. Borden, for your help here.
Thank you.
All right, we're on to item 2, record plats. We have a subdivision plat number 220-230360, North Bethesda Center. We have a staff recommendation for approval. I see nobody who would like to speak on this. Can I hear a motion?
Move approval.
Yeah. And I second that.
Second.
Except your mic wasn't on. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 And maybe I'll get 10 minutes before the plat appears on my desk today, but we'll see. Thank you very much. Let's see, we have one regulatory extension, sketch plan number 3/20/23/0020. It's 9801 Georgia Avenue. This is its first extension.
We're trying to, oh, there you go, wrong button, right? If I press the wrong button, it won't work. Mr. Chairman, initially, this was put forward with conditions, and I see now the with conditions language is struck. So I'm curious as to, whether the conditions have been met or what's going on with that.
For the record, Amy Lindsay with Mid-County Planning. That is what we call a staff error. My apologies.
There you go.
That's the technical term for that. All
Yes,
right.
I think the colloquial is oops.
And it's the first time it's happened, correct? Never mind.
That one, yes. I've made other errors.
Do I hear a motion? I see
So
Commissioner.
moved, Mr. Chair.
Oh. Do I hear a
Oh,
second?
second.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the extension say aye. Aye.
Aye.
I see
Aye.
the attorney sitting in the background, but we're okay. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
So we had that's completed. We're on item 5. Do we need a pause? We always need a pause. It's a commercial break. Good morning. It's February 16th, 2023. This is the Montgomery County Planning Board. We are on item 5, Battery Lane Site Plan C, site plan number 8/2022-0230. This is a public hearing. There are 2 speakers here. We did get one piece of testimony written to us. I will let staff introduce the item and go through their conditions, and then go to the public hearing and public testimony, and then let the applicant speak. So please take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the Commission. For the record, Adam Bossi with the Down County Planning Team. I'm filling in today on this item for Grace Bogdan, who couldn't be here. And I am very excited, actually, to be presenting this first site plan application for the Battery Lane District, which stems from a previous sketch and preliminary plan approval. Staff is pleased to be recommending approval with conditions of the site plan today. So this project is located on the northern edge of downtown Bethesda. It's in the Battery Lane District. The district is generally includes properties on and around Battery Lane from Old Georgetown Road to the west to Woodmont Ave to the east. Properties on Battery Lane itself are residential and generally include condominiums ranging in size from 4 to 12 stories and smaller apartment buildings. To the north of the Battery District is the NIH campus, and to the south is Rugby Avenue. That includes a mixture of single-family homes closer to Old Georgetown and commercial buildings closer to Woodmont Ave. Some background on this project. Prior to the site plan application in 2019, the Planning Board approved the Battery Lane District sketch plan and preliminary plan. The sketch plan allowed for up to 1.752 million square feet of mixed-use density, predominantly for residential uses. It did also include some non-residential use as well. The sketch plan covers 5 sites highlighted on the slide, located on the north and south side of Battery Lane. These are currently home to aging apartment buildings that the applicant would like to reinvest in over the next 10 to 15 years. The sketch plan also includes Condition 11B, which did require a minimum of 15% moderately priced dwelling units on sites A, C, and E, and a greater minimum percentage of those MPDUs on site B, which required 25%. And site D, which is shown on the sketch plan with 2 buildings, one to have 17.5% MPDUs, the other one to have 25. So across the sketch plan area, there'll be a total of about 20% moderately priced dwelling units provided. The preliminary plan for Battery Lane was approved for 4 out of the 5 sites. Those are A, C, D, and E, which were included in the sketch plan as well. This approval allows for up to 1,130 residential units and 6,000 square feet of non-residential uses across those 4 properties. And it does also require the implementation of a master plan separated bike lane along the south side of Battery Lane. So the creation of the separated bike lane is to occur in phases, with an interim bike lane to be provided first, followed by an upgrade to a final condition with the to be completed in conjunction with the redevelopment of properties along Battery Lane. With this first site plan application for the Battery Lane District, the applicant must construct the interim bicycle lane along the entire extent of Battery Lane from Old Georgetown Road to Woodmont Ave and install a protected intersection at Woodmont Avenue and Battery Lane. Additionally, the bike lanes within the site's frontage will be constructed to the final condition. Here, looking at the site, Battery Lane District, site under consideration today is Site C. It's located on the south side of Battery Lane, just east of the Bethesda Trolley Trail. To the east of the property are the Battery Lane District Site B site, as well as County Parking Garage 35. Confronting Site C to the north is the recently approved 4901 Battery Lane property, and to the south are several commercial buildings and the Bethesda Police Station, which all front on Rugby Avenue. Subject property is currently developed with 2 garden-style apartment buildings with 147 units and associated surface parking. The site is approximately 3.19 tract acres in size and zoned CR with a FAR of 3.5. There is also a maximum height allowed on the property of 120 feet, and it is within the Bethesda overlay zone. As a refresher, the site plan review is the last stage of the optional method of review after sketch and preliminary plans. So this review is really focused on detailed design to include the final footprint of the building, setbacks, height, final architecture, landscaping, and so forth. During the sketch review for the Battery District, the applicant conceptually proposed the building massing shown here on your screen, which includes a base with 2 residential towers and a lay-by lane along Battery Lane, and a vehicular access loop around the entirety of the site. The sketch plan was conditioned to provide design alternatives for the lay-by proposed at the front entrance and to further design the proposed through-block connections, which are indicated here with the green arrows. So the site plan, the applicant is proposing to construct a new multifamily residential building with a maximum density of 367,500 square feet for up to 315 units with 15% moderately priced dwelling units. The proposal does not request to utilize the Bethesda overlay zone density, as the total FAR proposed is 2.67, which is less than the mapped maximum FAR of 3.5. With no overlay zone density requested, no park impact payment is required. The project proposes structured parking at the rear of the building and 3 partial through-block connections across the site that we'll discuss in some detail on upcoming slides. The final site layout shown here shows a site and building design that has really matured since its concept was approved with the sketch plan. Here we can see the applicant has shifted the vehicular lay-by from along Battery Lane to be interior to the site at the building's northeast corner, and part of that will be covered by a nice porte-cochere. All vehicular and loading access will be from one curb cut at the site's northeast corner. This access arrangement is very similar to what I presented to the board a few months ago with 4901 Battery Lane across the street. These changes in design at the subject site allow a pedestrian plaza to be provided along Battery Lane. With this image, we also see the applicant has removed the vehicular access loop from around the entirety of the site. This is another significant design improvement that allows for those through-block connections to be for bicycles and pedestrians only rather than shared with vehicles. The design of the building itself is no longer a 2-tower design, but rather a U-shaped tower that emerges from the base. This change has allowed for a significant portion of the roof above the parking deck at the rear of the building to be utilized as residential amenity space. So this image expands on some of those key access and circulation items I just noted. The proposal consolidates 5 existing curb cuts into one eastern access point for pickup, drop-off, loading, and garage parking. Again, all interior to the site along that eastern property line. Along Battery Lane's frontage is the master plan bicycle lane, shown here in its final condition. There is a detailed discussion about bicycle lane and frontage design on pages 21 and 22 of the staff report as well. The 3 partial through-block connections follow the descriptions used in the staff report. We label them as eastern, western, and southern, shown here as well. 2 of the 3 connections, the western and eastern ones, are recommended by the sector plan. These connections are ultimately intended to improve bicycle and pedestrian access between the Battery Lane District and Woodmont Avenue area to the south. As you may recall, with 4901 Battery Lane, it also included a through-block connection which terminates just across the street from Site C here. And with 4901, we left the question of how are we going to get across the street to this project as well. To accomplish this, we included Condition 13F in the staff report, and that does require the applicant to submit that detailed crosswalk design to MCDOT's Division of Traffic and Engineering Operations. And that would be at the time of the right-of-way permit to allow that connection across Battery Lane. Walking through each of the through-block connections, starting with the eastern one shown here, this connection will be an average minimum width of 15 feet, featuring an 8-foot wide paved path with a tree line buffer between it and the access driveway to the site. The path has more green space around it toward the southern portion of the site after the access driveway terminates. At the site's southeast corner, the path does connect to an existing 3-foot wide pedestrian pathway that goes along the Bethesda Police Station site. Now along the western property line, the applicant is proposing a 10-foot wide paved path with a 6-foot tree line buffer to the property line. As you'll see in the upcoming building design images, there are residential units on the building's western facade with front doors that open onto the space. While this through block connection will technically only be about 16 feet wide, it will feel much larger in this area with the various stormwater features, front yards, and landscaping that are provided with those units on that side of the building. This path will terminate at the southwestern property line, and if and when future redevelopment occurs on properties to the south of that, that's when that remainder of the through block connection would be looked to be provided down to Rugby Avenue. This image is of the southern path that is proposed to connect the western and eastern paths, again along the southern property line. This one is proposed to be an 8-foot wide paved path with a double row of trees on either side. And again, this will connect those two other connections that are being provided. Regarding public open space, the applicant is required to provide 5% of the site area as open space and has exceeded that requirement. Really, with the area associated with the through block connections, they've provided about 14% of the site area as open space. Staff has included a recommended condition for the applicant to record a covenant to ensure access is open to the public. Here we'll start looking at the final building design. So this image shows the final building design of the front of the building. At the base, you can see the metal frame and glass lobby, which extends really a view from the outside. Looking in from the street, you can see into the courtyard interior of the building. Above, the materials remain of a similar palette and provide a rhythm that enhances the corner of the building. So here, this perspective is showing the singular access point at the front eastern portion of the building, with an internal pickup and drop-off areas, as well as separated bike lanes along Battery Lane. This perspective is showing the western partial through block connection fronting on those unit entries, with landscaping on either side, as well as some seating that we see in there. You can see how the U-shaped tower ends and the rear of the site remains at 2 stories in height, and at the right side of the image there. So this final rendering is showing the rear of the building where the eastern and southern through block connections meet. Closer to the building, the applicant is proposing some additional amenity space for residents, such as areas for lawn games and a dog run. This project was reviewed by the Bethesda Design Advisory Panel twice during the site plan. At their June 2022 meeting, members of the public did participate and express concerns regarding the building placement, and did request that the building be pushed back further from Battery Lane. The Design Advisory Panel did request the applicant to provide street sections showing the full extent of development on either side of Battery Lane, as the design guidelines encourage buildings to be closer to the street. So really to take a closer look at that and see how that relationship would work. The applicant did go through that exercise with the DAP and provided that follow-up at their July meeting of 2022. And at that time, the Design Advisory Panel did vote in support of 20 points for design excellence for this project. This project, as an optional method one in the CR zone, is required to achieve a minimum 100 public benefit points from 4 categories. We see those here. Through final review, staff is recommending 115 of the requested 126 points. And the reason for that difference is deductions in some of these categories was based on final corrections to calculations contained in the guidelines and, the CR guidelines and the Bethesda implementation guidelines. Regarding forest conservation quickly. The preliminary forest conservation plan was approved with the preliminary plan for the entire subdivision, and the final forest conservation plan for Site C itself was approved in December of last year. These approvals require just shy of a half acre of afforestation, which the applicant will pay through fee in lieu. The previous approvals included a variance for the removal of 10 specimen trees throughout the subdivision. 4 of those are located on Site C, which are shown here with the red circles. With the site plan, the applicant is proposing to amend the final forest conservation plan to provide the final location of mitigation plantings for the removal of those 4 specimen trees. The mitigation plantings in the form of 13 3-inch caliper canopy trees are proposed along the southern through block connection. We see those indicated by the green circles along the lower portion of the image. So I go into detail here regarding this because we do have some clarifications for the staff report on this topic. So this looks worse than it is, admittedly. In the environmental portion of the project, in Section 3 of the staff report, it does not clearly describe the action that staff is recommending the board take today. The report includes several pages of discussion on forest conservation, including the specimen tree variance. As I just noted, the preliminary and final forest conservation plans have already been approved. This includes the variance. The site plan before the board today is only proposing to amend the final forest conservation plan for the singular purpose of showing the final location of mitigation plantings. So to clarify this, there's a few updates to the report, including what is shown here to amend the language on page 25. The proposal section of the staff report to more clearly explain this. So as you see on the screen here, things that are underlined and highlighted or what's proposed for retention or inclusion, and what is stricken is proposed to be removed. And continuing on with that, similarly, we must update the finding for forest conservation that we did include in the staff report. So ultimately, we're proposing to remove essentially all the existing language in finding 2E2 on pages 36 through 40 of the staff report and replace it with the following paragraph that we see here on slide 23. And this basically sums up what I had just noted on that previous slide with the prior approvals, and really summing it up that those actions have already been made, and that what's being requested today is to amend the final forest conservation plan to show the location of those mitigation plantings. Essentially, when we wrote the report, we included too much information that had already been vetted at this point. With this case, staff did receive correspondence throughout the review of the project, which have summed up kind of the general themes here. We also did receive some more correspondence late yesterday that I want to speak to as well. But in general, the correspondence received did include a letter of support from the local area chambers of commerce, and then some concerns from residents in the neighborhood that generally fall into the categories of that building setback from Battery Lane, some concerns with the through block connections, some property management concerns, and concerns about tenant relocation for when this project may move forward. The comments really regarding the building setbacks, I think we've addressed. You know, the applicant has provided a project that sets the building in a location that respects what the design guidelines are asking for, and we feel that's appropriate here. Comments on the through block connections were in regard to how connections were being portrayed in the notice in the staff report. We use the language through block connections, but as you've seen here, some of those are partial connections, and I was careful to use that language in the presentation today to be mindful of the point of that comment. Those through block connections are envisioned to go through to Rugby Ave when and if development occurs on those abutting properties where those are spec'd for. That was similar with 4901 Battery Lane across the street. So respect that and understand what they're looking for. With the through block connections too, we also got some questions similarly where these are only partial connections. Why are we supporting the amount of public benefit points that we are? And we are because the applicant is providing these as spec'd by the design guidelines, the sector plan, et cetera, and providing really a very high level of design with these that we think warrants the points and deserves them, which is why we recommended that. Regarding comments from current residents regarding property management concerns, we did forward those to the applicant and their team for their attention. Regarding some of the applicant concerns for relocation, those concerns were forwarded to our friends over at the Department of Community and Housing and Community Affairs, who are really the group that tackles those issues here. Our understanding is the applicant is aware of those concerns as well. We also did receive some correspondence late yesterday from the Madison Park Condo Association that requests the board revisit various aspects of the previously approved sketch and preliminary plan. They asked specifically for some items to be reconsidered. Those approvals are still valid at this time, and we're well past the time frame that would allow the board to reconsider that. So staff would defer to legal and any comments that they may have on that point. And then really bringing us home here. So staff does believe that the proposed site plan conforms with all applicable requirements of Chapter 59, as well as the Bethesda Downtown Sector Plan. The applicant did meet all their noticing requirements, and we are recommending approval of the site plan with the conditions included in the staff report and corrections discussed here today. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think we'll hear from the public speakers today, Mr. Mohammed and Ms. Clemens, if you want to come up to the table. We'll give each of you about 3 minutes to speak. Is Mr. Mohammed here? Oh, Saeed, I'm sorry. No? Yes?
Is Mohammed Saad?
Mohammed Saeed?
Saad.
Saeed?
It's Saad.
Saad. Are you online?
Saad.
Not here.
Yeah, I'm online.
Oh, okay.
Second.
We'll let the speaker who's here go first.
Sounds good.
And then hear from you, if that's okay. I'm sorry, I thought you were both in the room, but I never know.
No problem.
Okay, if you like to proceed.
Hi, I'm Holly Clemens, a grandma living on Battery Lane, and I do invite you all to come walk the area because it's hard to imagine what we're all talking about sometimes, I think. I am urging you to consider that Battery Lane Site C really does need greater setback to preserve the pedestrian walkability along Battery Lane and to avoid the creation of a dark canyon effect instead of our sunny street with grass and mature trees. This site plan looks to include through-block connections, partial and otherwise, such as from Rugby Lane to Battery Lane, as well as what's referred to wayfinding opportunities. But I want you to know really that the best and most used through-street connection is through our Battery Lane Park. And the favored path of most pedestrians is actually along the length of Battery Lane, as this is the direct path that brings people to places like the closest bank, the closest grocery store, the doctor's offices. This Site C proposal does not promote enhanced streetscape improvement, as is called for in the Bethesda Downtown Plan. The building on Site C is so close to the pedestrian sidewalk that it will tower over people walking there. The trees on the roof of the building are no help to the pedestrians on the sidewalk, where a few bushes seem to be part of the current landscape. The new building directly across from this Site C on Battery Lane was approved for only a 12-foot setback. This really does set up for a canyon effect right in this area. The metal and glassed front area of the planned building does nothing to create a pleasant green experience walking along Battery Lane. More consideration needs to be given to the pedestrian experience. You see, most of the photos that they showed were from the through-street connections, and the walkways and the trees that he showed were not on Battery Lane. They were the through-street or partial through-street connections. Site C has some hidden green space behind and on the side that I think should be brought forward to the front of the building for a greater setback in order to respect the neighborhood, which is currently a garden district atmosphere. We are an edge community. We are far from the middle of downtown. We are not on a main thoroughfare like Wisconsin Avenue. We require a much more generous setback for these taller planned buildings. I do want to say that I was happy to read that the utility lines are now going to be undergrounded in front of the proposed sites. That is something we talked about before. The grandchildren mostly, but I am asking about the buildings. Are they going to be all electric? Will all the units have electric ranges and electric clothes dryers? Is that something Bethesda has thought about? I believe that Bethesda should be an environmental leader, and we must insist on clean energy being used in these new buildings like Site C. In closing, though, I would like to remind you of the initial recommendations provided by this panel, or a panel, on March 27, 2019, for Battery Lane development. And it said, provide an urban design vision for the entire street, from Woodmont Avenue to Old Georgetown Road, incorporate opportunities for deeper setbacks, increased canopy trees and plantings, and create a garden district that differentiates itself from the more urban areas in downtown Bethesda. This plan for Site C has strayed much too far from the original promise for our garden district Battery Lane, and it is imperative that a deeper setback be incorporated into this Design C. Thank you for considering this problem.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Saad?
Yeah, that's me. Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry for...
Yeah, that's okay. So I just want to express that I'm really disappointed of the way that other managements communicates with us and the way they notify us. I personally see the notification about this meeting just a week ago. And also, I want to know how they're gonna manage to help us relocate. And that's all. That's all from me. And also, I sent a letter, a written testimony, I think 2 days ago, with more details.
Yes? You're muted. Are you done?
Sorry, yeah, I'm done.
Okay. Thank you very much. We did get some testimony. I think that's correct. If the applicant would like to come up and respond as you wish to the staff and the testimony.
Good morning, Nancy Reglin, Shulman Rogers, zoning attorney for Brown Development. We're here today with Doug Wren, who is from the applicant Brown Development and Alden Properties, and Bob Graham from Rogers, who has some images that he'll run that section of it, plus our entire project team is in the rows behind you, so we're ready to present what we thought we would do today, because the applicant is in support of the conditions that have been provided by the staff. So we're all good with that. But we thought perhaps we would send you on a pedestrian tour around the entire building so that you get the pedestrian view of some of the other sides of the building that you don't see in the staff report. So it's only a couple of slides, but I think it'll address the frontage issue a little bit, that the setback, that concern, and give you a little bit more close-up view of what that front of that building looks like at the pedestrian level.
Well, while Bob is getting everything in place.
So is it, yeah, coming up?
Let me
There
thank
you go.
the planning board. We're very excited to be here today. It's been an interesting journey.
If you could be excited closer to the mic.
Yeah.
Sure. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I was just stating, I just want to express how happy we are to be here today with the planning board with this first phase of our comprehensive redevelopment plan that was included in the sketch plan that was noted earlier. So it's been an interesting journey as we have evolved from our sketch plan to now our first phase site plan. I want to thank the planning staff for their hard work and good input, as well as the design advisory panel. We thought we had a really good concept, but it got greatly improved through the process of working with your staff and that design advisory panel. So the staff report was very comprehensive, and the presentation today, I think, gave everybody a really good sense of what we were proposing. But as Nancy said, we want to focus just on a few images that I think try to capture the experience that one will have once this is constructed and is occupied with residents, and how it fits within this Battery Lane neighborhood. So can we go to the next one? So this is just the site plan itself that's been presented to you. We take the accessibility very seriously. It's really all about connectivity, in our opinion, the physical connectivity that is provided by the bike lanes and the through block connections. Social connectivity, we're replacing buildings that really have no meeting space or places for social interaction other than very small lobbies. With this new building, we'll have both exterior and interior opportunities to encourage that type of social interaction. And then environmental connectivity, that the improvements we'll make to this site will, we feel, improve the overall environmental protection that will take place from this development. Next one. So here we are at the front door, and while there's been some discussion of the setback, at both ends of the building angles to the center where this entrance is, and the lobby entrance itself is recessed. And by doing that, we're able to create a front porch. And that's what you see here. We want to engage with the pedestrian and the public realm all the way out to the street, introducing landscaping in the streetscape that's recommended. But beyond that, to really show a glass facade, so as you walk by, you see into the lobby, you see through into the courtyard that's beyond that, as the staff has noted. We want it to be very welcoming. Next. So now we're at the western edge looking back. Again, just showing what this frontage experience will be like and how it relates to the front of our building, the sidewalk, the street trees, and you can see the bikeway that will be protected from the vehicular lanes on Battery. Go ahead. And now we're on the west through block. And again, you can see the tower of the building, and as you head to the south, you can see how it steps down to the two-story units that provide porches and doors right out onto this new pedestrian walkway. And now to the south side, and again, we want to create really multi-purpose green spaces that allow our residents in the community to decide how to utilize these and can change over time. But again, trying to introduce trees and green space as much as possible, particularly on this south side, if you will, exposure that we think will really be a wonderful amenity for everybody. And now you're up a little bit of a bird's eye view down the south side of the building. So you're looking really from Rugby, and you can see the amenity spaces that we have above the parking. And the courtyard then is at the lobby level and connected right into the lobby. And again, so I think you can begin to understand that we really think that it's important to provide Battery Lane in this neighborhood with green, with air, with light, and with spaces that can be utilized in a number of ways. And now we're at the final view from the southeast. And again, you can see the commitment we're making to green and to trees and provide for the connectivity that we think will improve the overall neighborhood.
So Doug, this might be a good time to mention, because that was the view from the Rugby connection,
Right.
your interaction with the county.
Yes, we recognize that it is an important access point, the one that exists today where the police station was relocated, and that it could be improved. So I met with several county staff, including the regional center director, Peter Fosselman, and met with Andrew Friedson and Cindy Gibson to talk about whether the county would be willing to step up and look at improving their side of that connection so that it would more mirror what we're doing through our through block. And they were receptive to that. We followed up with a meeting that Mr. Fosselman convened that included the commander of the Bethesda Police Station and their facilities planner. Both were receptive to rethinking and perhaps redesigning this connection to make it wider and more inviting. So we're continuing to work with them on that. Ultimately, hopefully this will result in a CIP item that will address this need to upgrade this pedestrian connection. So,
Commissioner Panera has a question.
Yes, hi. Thank you very much for your presentation. I think this looks like a very nice project altogether. Regarding the concerns that we heard from the speaker, and also we did get a letter from Mr. Fetchko about the frontage. I have kind of a question. How wide is it from the building to the, let's say, to the street right now? Not just in the entrance of the building, but altogether. What is the width of that frontage?
So I'll jump in real quick here. So as the staff indicated and Mr. Wren, the corners of the building, the far east and the far right, are the closest to the sidewalk and the right-of-way. So they're 20 feet away. That includes the green space, the sidewalk, and then the building, a little distance to the building. That's the closest point. Then the building, it angles towards the front porch. The front porch is somewhere between 35 and 52% of the facade of the building, and it is set back. So by the time you get to the front door, you're 45 feet from the curb, you're 65 feet from the travel lane. So there's lots of wide open space between the front door and the sidewalk at this point. And you can see from this image, the idea is to keep a wide open plaza there. So there is about 35 feet from the sidewalk to that front door. And it's a program space, meaning there's chairs and things to bring people out from the building to actually activate that front. And the lobby is 2 stories. So you can actually, if you look closely at this photo, you can look through into the interior courtyard, which is landscaped, and you can actually look at the second level and see the sky beyond from the second level amenity deck where the pool is. So it's a very open, porous section. A little bit more than a third of the facade of the building to almost half of the facade of the building is wide open.
Okay, I see. Okay, well, that's I appreciate that comment. It's just that the speaker, one of the speakers that spoke earlier said that in the case of the 4901, the one across the street, the setback was only 12 feet. So I'm hearing from you that the minimum is going to be 20 feet. I guess the DAP also saw this, and they basically said they were fine with it. My question is that in the image I'm seeing, there will be kind of that, let's say, that grass area. Is there a possibility of planting some trees on that grass area? Are you thinking of that?
Bob
So,
Graham
yeah.
with Rogers Consulting for the record. Yes, our landscape architect has incorporated trees into each one of these bio boxes.
Pressure button. Oh, you did.
I did.
All right, thank you.
But the bio boxes are closer to the building. What I'm looking is at the grass area where I see some.
With landscape trees, yes, we've got trees.
Yeah, there are street trees, Mr. Panero, the entire length of the frontage of this site.
We've got
You may not be able to see it on this because oftentimes architects take leeway with landscaping so that we can all see the architecture, but actually there is street trees all along the front of the site.
Okay, well, I'm thinking about, the pedestrian, whether it's amenable to, for pedestrian access, yeah. Okay.
There you go. Commissioner Hill.
Yeah, just to pick up on that frontage and the greenery idea, I'm looking at page 22 in the cross-section that really is describing the bikeway. And I'm wondering if there's an opportunity missed here for perviousness with the strip between the bikeway and the street. It seems to me that could be grass. Maybe that's the utility right of it. I don't know, but that's my question.
We are right with you, but Montgomery County DOT is not. On top of that, there is utilities underneath Battery Lane at that point, so we can't plant any trees in that median, and MCDOT doesn't want it to be green. It wants it to be passable.
Low maintenance.
Low maintenance, and we have placed a new bus shelter, so this allows that entire median to be walkable as well for wherever the crosswalk may be from 4901. People will be able to cross over to that new bus stop. So unfortunately, we were originally showing this as green, triple canopy corridor.
Right.
But
It struck me as a space between two curbs because it's described as a barrier, but it's not very tall, and
yeah,
it seemed
no,
like
it
an
would be
opportunity.
beautiful, but
Okay,
we've-
MDOT.
we've pushed it as far as we can push it. And
Okay. While I've got the floor, this is probably a question for staff because it really goes off-site, but I'm always looking at the effectiveness of our connections, and we have a problem with the through-street connections because they don't line up. But looking at a crystal ball, it seems like it would be opportune, and I appreciate, again, MCDOT will determine where the crosswalk goes, but it seems like lining that up across the street and having it join wherever it meets this frontage is the likely outcome of that.
I think as the applicant has indicated, there's a lot happening on Battery Lane between the curbs. And so I think while what you're suggesting may be, a very good idea, I think we'll have to make sure that it meets all of the other requirements. I couldn't guarantee, but I think, we would certainly be, pushing for the option that made the connection most simply.
Right. Other considerations would be like clearance to the corner and another crosswalk sort of thing.
Right.
And, yeah. And it strikes me then, going south instead of north here, that it really is an optimal situation to have the south walkway that could connect wherever it does through to the next block, right? That it may be a circuitous route to come in and go and then change again, but it's viable as a useful way. People just need to understand that it doesn't go straight through. The users, that is.
Yeah, I think through block connections can be challenging, particularly on a block like this that's so deep. And so and I'll defer to the applicant and to the rest of the staff team. I think the southern connection provides sort of a nice east-west. It gives you another option. So if you're coming from the west and you're going to the east, you have that other option. In terms of whether that the sector plan didn't recommend sort of the east-west mid-block. Those can become more challenging, but I think as a way to connect the west and the eastern opportunities here, I think especially with the fantastic amenities that the applicant is proposing, I think that southern connection provides a lot of amenity.
Yeah, well, I'm after the flexibility of whatever meets up with the next block can connect
Right,
into that
and that's
create
true.
the
Yes,
throughway.
yeah, no, I think that's a perspicacious.
Commissioner Branson.
I have a few questions, mostly about livability. First, want to be clear that this is 100% rental. Is that there's no opportunity for ownership in this building?
at this point, it's a rental. It's proposed as a rental.
Wondering what the, one of our speakers mentioned tenant relocation. So, I'm interested in how you all are going to address that. Also concerned about the parking spaces and their allocation. I assume for some reason, there are parking spaces in this building, right?
Correct. There's 213 spaces. They're
Okay.
unbundled, so they're not required as part of your rental agreement.
So, and that brings me, yeah, that's what I thought I read, that there were 300 and some units and 200 and some parking spaces, and part of this is, and there's 15% MPDUs. So, what I'm concerned about is that distribution. Whether the folks who are in the MPD units will have will also have access to the parking space? Are they going to be assigned? I mean, how is that all going to work? Because to me, that is a question of equity, whether or not people who have the MPD units will be assigned parking, however you all are going to do it. And then I'm also concerned about the green space I saw. I think you called it the open green space. And, whether there's going to be some, I keep coming back to this with all these buildings, but like, where are the kids going to play? This is a lovely lawn, but, you don't get a whole lot of kids playing on a lawn, playground equipment can be good. So, and since this is 15% MPDU, and since one of the things you're suggesting is that there will be public access to some at some point, I'm concerned about how that green space can or will or may be used by the public. So that's a whole bunch of questions, so feel free to jump in.
All right, if I miss any of them, please remind me. Let's talk about parking first, which is, it does have reduced parking here. That's one of the goals of the Bethesda Master Plan, is to reduce the parking. So it is reduced. There's only 213 spaces for the 315 units, but they are unbundled, meaning they're not assigned to any unit. So whether you're an MPDU tenant or whether you're a market rate tenant, you have the same ability to rent a parking space if you want one. And if you don't need one, you don't rent one. Otherwise, this site in particular has the advantage of being within 2,400 feet of 2 metro stations, as well as having the trolley that goes around that takes you to the metro station with a stop almost in front of the door. And so it has a lot of mobility and connectivity for people who don't want to have cars. So we think that's great. The second thing is, you asked about MPDUs in particular. I just want to bring one thing out that may be not clear. What's unusual about this project is there's going to be 29 3-bedroom units when it's done, and 4 of those will be MPDUs. Like, oftentimes you've seen a lot of projects come through Bethesda, and they're very heavy on studios and heavy on 1-bedrooms. This is almost the exact opposite. This is heavy on 3 bedrooms, really heavy on 2 bedrooms, then 1 bedrooms. And the studios are the smallest percentage, only 7.9%. The studios are the smallest. And you can see how this was designed. You don't get this much green space around any other development where there's these open play areas or an unstructured open area where, if pickleball is the most important thing in any particular generation, that could be the pickleball court. Or if there's something else that comes up that would be great for that east side unstructured lawn space, something else could go there, or recreational. The second floor amenity space, you were asking about children, like, there are community gardens down there in that southeast corner, and they're fairly significant. There's a green space up on that amenity level as well. There's play areas. There are indoor fitness areas for various ages also in the building. And there's a rooftop playroom. I don't want to say it's a playroom, it's a party room, I guess, is what you would call. So there's also a rooftop amenity space. But even I'm just thinking, growing up with my own children, like, to be able to take them in their little bikes around the full length of the through block connections and around back to the front door on this one site is fabulous, to be able to do it all on your own site in a protected area. So there's quite a few areas, including the back. There's 2 dog runs, so if you want to entertain your children to watch the dogs play, there's a big dog and a small dog play area here. And the pools, of course, and some, indoor rooms. But, yeah.
Sorry,
Good morning. For the record, Trini Rodriguez, Parker Rodriguez, the landscape architect. I know you mentioned also playground, and there is actually a very large playground on the park next door. You actually can see it even on the slide. So what we're trying to do was to provide a variety of amenities that were different, that would complement what was already there, which is this park. I mean, it's a wonderful playground that, we see the community sort of interacting, with neighbors, and we are providing additional spaces for the community to interact together. So I think that's the idea. And we do have those two large open green areas that we've said, and I think Nancy described it pretty well, is that things do change over time. Like right now, pickleball is the big thing. I mean, and we tested it and it can fit or it cannot if that's not what we want to do. But so there is a lot of flexibility and opportunity created in this plan.
Commissioner Pinero, you have your...
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They didn't answer my
Yes,
question about tenant relocation.
Yeah, so actually that was
That was my question too. Yeah.
So the Montgomery County Code, Section 53A, does provide, and the regulations related to it, provides the required relocation assistance when a rental facility is being terminated, which is called converted, which actually is redevelopment, is a conversion. So part of what a tenant gets by law is a minimum of 120 days notice, and then they get a payment, a relocation assistance payment that's equal to 2 months' rent. And they have the ability, once they get the notice, that they can move on 30 days' notice. They don't have to stay the full 120 days. So the applicant met with their tenants before the sketch plan and talked about what relocation assistance. They talked to them before the preliminary plan, and they talked to them before the sketch plan, specifically on Site C in the lobby for these tenants. Not all tenants attended. So we understand there could be questions because new tenants come in all the time or they weren't at any of these meetings. This applicant is got a unique position in the marketplace because they're not taking down one building and have no place to put anyone else. They have 5 other buildings on this street itself in similarly sized units in the similar location at similar rents. And so they have the ability to relocate tenants very close to this site. And in fact, what's interesting is their partner, HOC, has actually instituted 20%, probably about 60 units on Battery Lane in their buildings, which are at 50% AMI. So it's not an MPDU program, and it's not a program that there's a queue from it for a voucher program under HOC. So if any of these tenants actually are income qualified, those units also could be available to them at the time that they need relocation. So there's lots of opportunities here for relocation that are within the control of this particular applicant that most applicants don't have that ability to do. So we have told the tenants that when we know, at least 6 months in advance, because there's going to be permitting that has to go on, we'll know 6 months in advance before there's going to be any demolition activity here, that we will give them notice and we will start meeting with them one-on-one to see what their specific needs are and be able to then match them over that 6 months to whatever is their desire to move out of Alden properties or to actually relocate into a property that Alden management manages.
Now, Commissioner Pinero.
I think Commissioner Branson and your response is very adequate. I'm glad that you had that initial meeting and that you're going to do one-on-one later on 6 months before demolition, and that you're working with also providing opportunities for people to do to go to HOC if they qualify. So I think it's important, to continue communicating, partly because we heard from Mr. Mohammed. He said, he didn't know about this meeting until a week before. So it's important to keep this communication so that, you communicate the opportunities and the subsidies and the, the fact that they're going to be getting some funding for relocation. I have another question which has to do with the MPDUs. A decision was made by a previous board that you would have a 20% MPDUs throughout the 5 sites that you're going to be redeveloping, and those you're coming up now with 4, and the fact that you're doing 15% now MPDU means that you're going to have to do more on the other properties. And I know that you're not really coming up with site plans for the other 3, and I guess in the future you'll be doing the 4th one additional. But I mean, you're definitely aware that you're going to have to put more MPDUs on the other properties, and I'm a little bit concerned about concentrating more MPDUs in 1 or 2 specific properties. Why did you decide to do the 15% rather than 20% now?
So when the sketch plan for all 6 of the existing buildings was comprehensively planned, they were looked at individually, and some of these buildings are larger than others. Like Site B, which is next to Woodmont Avenue, is potentially up to 16 stories. And Site D also is potentially 2 buildings, including a high-rise. And we looked at all of them and said, okay, what makes sense? Because we want to do more than the required 15%. So the goal was to do 20%. Which of these buildings could we do either with a partner, an affordable housing partner, some additional affordable housing that would be at a higher rate, so that the average over all of the sites, when we're done, would be 20%. And so it was very detailed, looked at and analyzed, and it was figured out where it was. C happens to be in the sketch plan, one of the ones that was 15%, which is the current code. And right now, Battery Lane has 0. There are no MPDUs on Battery Lane. There haven't been since things started getting built in the 50s here. So this will bring, the first MPDUs to Battery Lane.
And I would also just add that as Adam mentioned, the sketch plan approval included a condition that specified the minimum MPDU percentage for each of the phases. And so I think Adam can give the chapter and verse, but the planning board at the time approved the minimum for each of the buildings, each of the sites covered by that sketch plan.
And I believe the maximum that you have is 25% on any of the sites.
That's correct, and I'll let the applicant correct me if I'm wrong. But
that's correct, 25% in Site B and Site D.
And there are other advantages to doing 25% for impact fees.
There are, plus the entire financing to get a partner, an affordable housing partner, and to be able to use some low-income tax credit. You need to get to a certain percentage, so it makes sense. So those were all factored in to figure out where could we do more and do it effectively and financially, and do the minimum everywhere else. So that the overall average was 20%, which was higher. And
okay, if the other commissioners are done, I have a couple of questions for staff. On page 4 of your memo that we got, the title under 6A1 is minimum parking, yet what you have is maximum parking.
So I believe that the wording there for minimum parking is just the category for the public benefit. I'm sorry, the subcategory under connectivity between uses, activities, mobility options.
So it's minimized parking.
Correct.
Okay, my fault. On 6B1, you have at least 29 efficiency units. I wouldn't care if they had fewer efficiency units, so why do we have an at least? I realize that the numbers add up to 315, but I see no reason to regulate a minimum number of efficiency units. Maybe a maximum number of efficiency units, but not a minimum number.
So the details of this would be in the findings. So give us a minute, and we'll dig down. Unless Stephanie Dickel, regulatory supervisor, is under the weather and is participating virtually. If she has the answer off the top of her head, she's welcome to provide it at this time. But otherwise, give us a minute.
Yeah, hi, sorry, Stephanie Dickel, regulatory supervisor, for the record. There's a percentage that is required in the CR guidelines, and so to meet that, the minimum is the number that's in the condition. And it's based off of the calculation that is in the CR guidelines.
We
7.9% studios, and 7.5 is the minimum. So that's why we have the number of studios we have in order to meet the minimum for the diversity of use category. Sorry.
It boggles my mind that we have a minimum for efficiencies, but if we do, we do.
We do.
Okay. Anybody have anything else? No.
I just have one comment, Mr. Chair, which is there seems to be a dispute about whether this meets the design guidelines or not, and I can just only speak for myself here, but I will defer to the design advisory panel specialists on this. I have no reason to replace their judgment with whether this meets it or not.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I
So
move
moved,
that.
Mr. Chair.
You move the recommendation of staff as proposed?
Yes.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you. Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
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 You got them all. Thank you. Thank you for working through the process and all the situations.
I'd like to just comment for just a moment. The 14% green space area over the 5% requirement, I think, is really admirable here. And I really like the townhouse side of this. I like that as a solution so we don't end up with these really big buildings that have just, walls that go on in deep lots. And that's a nice way to activate the sides of that. And to the extent that we can encourage those, I would be in favor of.
Especially a through block connection where you really want people's eyes
You're
on
just
that.
walking by a wall, you're walking by something activated.
Isn't it nice to walk away
Yeah.
with good comments? All right, we have to wait to the next session. I don't. Good morning. This is still February 16th, 2023, Planning Board session. We are on item 6, 7340 Wisconsin Avenue Sketch Plan Amendment. I have been told by staff that the applicant wishes to propose a continuance on this item. This is a public hearing for which there are no speakers, but we'll hear from the applicant first. Ms. Harris.
Thank you. For the record, Pat Harris with Lurtrell and Brewer on behalf of the applicant, Gray Star Development East LLC, who is also the contract purchaser of the subject property at 7340 Wisconsin Avenue. It is necessary for the buyer and the seller to work out several contractual issues before this item goes to the planning board. We are hopeful that we would be able to resolve those issues prior to today, but unfortunately that was not the case. The applicant fully expects, however, that these issues will be worked out by the end of next month, and therefore we respectfully request a continuance to the March 30th planning board hearing date, assuming that there is time on that agenda. Thank you.
Given that we haven't worked out the March 30th agenda yet, should we go to a time certain if we grant the continuance?
So Allie Myers, Office of General Counsel. When the board grants a continuance, it can announce the date of the continued hearing on the record, and if that occurs, then no further notice is needed. But the board can also grant a continuance generally, but if that happens, notice would need to be provided of that continued date in accordance with the board's rules of procedure.
Which is fine, which just means we republish the staff report and do it for the March 30th.
That's correct.
Okay. I will entertain a motion from the board.
May I clarify something with council too, which is, what's the relationship between this continuance and an extension?
That's a good question. So an extension, it would be filed, essentially an extension would have been filed for this case, I understand, were it able to be filed within the time period allowed, but because that did not occur, in place of an extension, essentially, if the board were to grant a continuance, that would be in place of the hearing date extension.
An extension occurs before the public hearing is convened. If you want to do it once it's convened, it's a continuance. The effect is the same. The difference here is that no extension was filed. If we don't grant the continuance, the plan will expire unless we took action on it.
So, Mr. Chair, I will move that we continue the action at 7340 Wisconsin Avenue, which is sketch plan 3202001A and plan amendment 11994680C, also with the stipulation that if this does not come back for the March 3rd meeting, that we
30th.
On March 30th,
30th.
that we move into an extension situation further.
Second.
Before we go further, I need to understand from council whether we can do that.
Yes, if I could have a little more clarity, Commissioner Hill, on what you mean by go into an extension.
My intention here is that we don't just end up in a situation where we're continuing this at meeting after meeting, that we should know before March 30th whether or not we will meet that deadline, and if not, I think an extension is appropriate.
The applicant would have to apply for that extension.
Yes.
That's correct, and I think that perhaps functions better as a suggestion to the applicant. Perhaps the applicant can acknowledge that. I don't know that we would stipulate in a motion for the continuance. So
Here's my premise. We're saying that we're expecting to hit a target date, and if we don't make that agenda, we should know about that beforehand, and that would seem to me to fit into an extension requirement.
Can I make a suggestion? I think for the reasons stated, a regulatory extension as allowed in the code is no longer possible because the extension period will have elapsed, I don't know, today.
So we can't link those together.
So by doing a
I didn't think of that.
continuance, we've begun the hearing. What I might suggest is that the application could go forward on the 30th, period. I think you could say you wouldn't want to do a further continuance. I think that may be an appropriate way of doing it.
I would agree that that's an appropriate solution and hopefully addresses your concern.
Okay.
So March 30th and no further continuances would be expected. Remember, you're binding a future board.
My motion is March 30th. I don't think
Okay,
we should
March-
predict into the
fine.
future what happens on March 30th, except the requirement.
Commissioner Presley.
Yeah, I just had a question whether or not the applicant is stating that March 30th is sufficient, because I don't want to find us in a situation where we've expanded the time and then there's no other recourse. So if we're trying to accommodate this, is that sufficient time?
And I believe that it is. Having said that, in the world of land use, one can never totally predict anything. So I would like to suggest that there just simply be a continuance to March 30th. And then I believe Commissioner Hill sort of alluded to this. If in the remote chance that is not a sufficient date, we'll deal with it at that time and a determination can be made as to what needs to happen. But that at this point in time, we don't preclude the possibility of a further continuance. But I don't anticipate one.
My understanding from Elsa is that we would have exhausted the legal options for that. Is that true, Elsa?
Exhausted.
Not for a continuance.
The extension we would not be permitted to do.
But we could, in fact, do another continuance if we had to.
If there were votes for it.
My motion.
I just meant,
My motion is to continue until
Okay.
March 30th, period, and not engage
Okay.
extension consideration that I brought up.
Yeah, and I
Okay,
second
then I'll
that.
continue.
All right, and we have a second for that. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. No one's opposed. Okay, congratulations,
Thank
you
you.
have a continuance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we Good morning. It's February 16th, 2023. This is the Planning Board on Item 7, University Boulevard Corridor Plan. The staff is asking the board for approval of the scope of work, and I'll turn it over to staff.
Good morning, Carrie Sanders for the record, Chief of Mid-County Planning. Pleased to bring this to you today. We are at the beginning of the plan process of the University Boulevard Corridor Plan, and this is really the first step to have the board receive the scope and approve the scope for the master plan. So with that, I will turn it over to our project manager, Nkosi Yearwood.
Mr. Chairman, board members, good morning. Nkosi Yearwood for the record. Along with me today is, to my right, Zubin Adrian Vela, and to my left, Jessica McVeary, Master Plan Supervisor. So this item, as Ms. Sanders noted, is a scope of work for University Boulevard Plan. And this is a new plan for this area. It'd be comprehensively done, looking at the built environment, natural environment, environmental resources, land use and zoning, everything that we typically do when we do a new plan. Clearly, the general plan provides us new directions regarding corridors, and we'll be digging into that as we work on this project. So it was noted earlier that the scope of work is one of the early stops we make when we start working on a plan to come to the board to provide sort of broad direction regarding the plan boundary, the issues that we will address. The staff memorandum that you have gets into greater detail on that, but this is one of the first sort of checkpoints with the board. The boundary that's shown on the screen is a new boundary. We were looking at University Boulevard, essentially between the edge of 495, the Beltway, going into the edge of the Wheaton Central Business District on Amherst. So it's roughly 3.5 miles. When we set this boundary, really wanted to look at an area where we have not done a lot of work in many years. We also wanted to follow the 2013 functional plan for countywide BRT, which University Boulevard is one of those routes. And we also wanted, in terms of how we set the edges, really to look at the institutional properties that are there. We have a variety of churches, variety of religious institutions, not only churches, but also public facilities as well. So the boundary goes at most times 2 blocks off the corridor. That allows us to really provide greater depth of flexibility if there will be any land use and zoning interventions to really examine what will happen in the context of those recommendations that we could potentially pursue. So that's how we landed on the dark lines that you can see. We didn't go deep into the residential communities. We really wanted to be acknowledge them for what they are, but also to really address, as I noted, the public facilities, as well as providing continuity of examination of the corridor, as well as the BRT stops that are proposed in the functional plan. We're also looking at sort of 3 distinct phases of University Boulevard. So this will be essentially the first cut. Our colleagues in the down county area will be tackling later this year and coming to you the area south of the Beltway going into the Long Branch area. And the notion is that in the future, we will be doing another phase that will go from Wheaton going into Kensington, where University Boulevard gets into with Connecticut Avenue. So that's sort of things to follow. So in terms of features, as I noted earlier, land use zoning, housing, mobility will be a key aspect to our work here. This is a high injury network in terms of from Vision Zero perspective. So we were looking pedestrian improvements, bicycle accommodation will be some of the big things in terms of our work on this corridor. Environmental sustainability with Climate Action Plan that was recently approved by the executive. Historic resources will be examined. Urban design, much of the older plans do not address urban design. parks and open spaces. We're fortunate to have a variety of parks along the corridor, and then community facilities as well. So those would be some of the main topics the plan will get into. As I hinted at, some of the older plans go back to the 1980s in this area. The most recent one that was done was the Wheaton CBD, which is shown here in this sort of greenish color. But some of the plan from Master Plan for Kensington and Wheaton was from '89. We do have the Kemp Mill plan shown here in purple, and then Four Corners from '96, and Silver Spring East further down. The blue line is the proposed plan boundary. So there are a lot of things that we've done as a department since the '80s or the early 2000s. So we'll be dealing with that as we sort of move forward. At a high level, the corridor is roughly 3.5 miles from the Beltway to Amherst, 6 lanes primarily, with turn lanes at most intersections. We do have a median in most of it. The posted speed limit was reduced within the last couple of years by the state and county as part of their Vision Zero efforts along the corridor to 35. We do have available transit right on at a variety of routes that serve the adjacent neighborhoods as well as University Boulevard, and then Metro C2, C4 routes that go into, emanate either from here from Wheaton going into Prince George's County, into Hyattsville, or into Greenbelt area. Bike lanes, we have none. There was a pilot project the state did between summer of 2021 into December, and that was removed. We do have sidewalks primarily adjacent to the roadway. In the Four Corners area by Blair, we have a greater setback because that was not too long ago done. And state-controlled roadway. Maryland Department of Transportation has a great voice in this matter, and we've been collaborating and having discussions with them as well as our partners at Montgomery County Department of Transportation as we develop this plan. So a corridor plan is something that the department has done in several iterations in the past. It typically is a linear-oriented planning effort that a lot of times looks at transportation elements such as either transit, heavy rail, light rail, et cetera. At least as a department, we have done the Ferris Mail plan from not too long ago between Edge of Hare and Wheaton going into Rockville, Forest Glen, Montgomery Hills on Georgia Avenue. So those are just 2 examples, and then some others in the White Flint area, North Bethesda area, we've done work on 55, as well as up in the Shady Grove area for Frederick Road. So we've had some experiences as a department putting together these corridor plans. In terms of existing land uses that we have today, the image on the right gives you broad categories in terms of office, retail, institutional uses, et cetera. We also have a very significant amount of housing, single-family housing. We do have some multifamily at the intersection at Arcola and University. Those were built in the 60s, University Towers and the Warwick. We do have, as I noted earlier, schools such as here at Northwood, Blair, Pinecrest Elementary, and then some other institutional uses such as Collins Funeral Home at the intersection of Dennis and University Boulevard. But townhouses, we have some pockets of them along the corridor as well. Residential has been a feature here since the early 1900s. A bit on zoning, much of the single-family properties are in the R60 or R90 zones. That's 6,000 square foot minimum lot size or 9,000. We do have the multifamily zones for the Warwick and University Towers. We have some older planned development zone or PD zones that came in. And as part of the zoning rewrite in 2014, the countywide district amendment introduced commercial residential town for the area at Four Corners, or much of the commercial properties are in that zone. And then you have some neighborhood retail here along the Kemp Mill area and Kemp Mill Shopping Center. So as we get into this effort, we'll be trying to make recommendations as we move forward regarding where to confirm, where to change, et cetera. Some of the zones will have to change because of the 2014 district map amendment, such as the planned development zones. So those will have to change us because of that requirement. A bit on the folks that live in this area. So it's a very diverse area, much like the rest of Montgomery County. We have a sizable percentage of Latino or Hispanic population, African Americans, et cetera. And as part of our sort of initial engagement, we've been trying to make inroads to meet those specific communities and others regarding information sharing on the plan and bringing people to the table to have conversations in terms of the work that we'll be putting together. So this slide highlights a variety of things in terms of broad framework items that we will be tackling as part of this project. So I noted a functional plan in 2013. We have the new zoning ordinance, Vision Zero, the bicycle master plan, pedestrian level of comfort, racial equity and social justice approved by the council in 2019, the climate action plan, complete streets, the general plan from last year, and the pedestrian master plan. So all of these will be factored in as we develop our recommendations, and all of them provide us sort of starting points as we sort of building off from them in terms of putting the plan together. This is from Thrive Montgomery 2050, and I just note in here in terms of the light blue area, and this is text from the council clean copy language, that shows that this area here, just noted here in red, is part of that University Boulevard corridor. So it's one of the good corridors. The good corridors are noted here in this dark line here, and obviously University Boulevard is one of them. But also within the light area in terms of corridor-focused growth, the notion coming out from Thrive is that these are areas that already have some infrastructure in them and the places with existing employment, et cetera. So we'll be working to figure out what's that right balance as we develop recommendations moving forward. A bit from the transit corridors plan, just showing the image here on the right. These circles are the proposed stops. So within the proposed plan area, we have the stops at Amherst, Inwood Avenue, Arcola Avenue, Dennis, and US 29. So those will be other areas that will be either confirming them, potentially making recommendations to adjust them if that's feasible in terms of the work that we'll put together. The functional plan also called for a variety of rights of ways along the corridor between 124, that's primarily most of the corridor, and then also 150, that's primarily within the Wheaton area. It also calls for additional lane of transit. So we'll be looking at the right-of-way, looking at potential impacts, et cetera, and trying to minimize those impacts, again, as we develop our recommended option or alternatives as we develop the plan. As I noted earlier, Vision Zero is something that's going to be front and center of our efforts here. This is from some work that was done by the planning department with input from others, showing information along the corridor from 2015 and 2020 in terms of a variety of both pedestrian, bicyclists, vehicular crashes or injuries along this area, along portions of Route 20, US 29. But Vision Zero is a strategy approved by the council several years back, now committed by all agencies to have a commitment to achieving that, or elimination of traffic fatalities and severe injuries on roadways by 2030. So there's a lot of work to do to get there, but we'll be delving into that as we develop this plan. Public facilities are, a variety of them are along the corridor, right adjacent to the existing, in the adjacent neighborhoods. As I noted earlier, we have Northwood High here, which will be redeveloped in the next couple of years. Blair High, we do have a post office in Four Corners, fire station, as well as surrounding the proposed plan area, a variety of other elementary schools or middle schools that's serving this area. In terms of parks, we were fortunate to have a great Sligo Creek Trail that's right to the west, northwest branch to the east, and then within the plan area, Wheaton Forest, Local Park, Kemp Mill, North Four Corners, and right adjacent to the plan area, we also have Indian Spring, which is right near to the Beltway. So a variety of parks, but as we develop future recommendations, we'll try to figure out where we could potentially get some new open spaces in terms of properties that may redevelop over time. So in terms of our work on this project, so we've had a variety of public engagement so far. We've had a in-person meeting in November, a virtual meeting that followed. These are images, these are photographs from that in-person meeting that was held at Blair. At that meeting, we provided attendees an option to sort of visually give us, what would you like to see along the corridor, and visually identified in terms of preference to give us a starting point to think about what people are thinking about, what are their main issues and concerns. And then we've also had a lot of virtual conversations with the county Commission on People with Disabilities. It's a variety of stakeholders such as University Towers, that's the high-rise building. We've done some linkage and actually established some relationships with other county partners, including business liaison officers, to really go out with them and speak. And we had a couple meetings so far. There's a photograph and one here with Daniel Korma, who's one of the county's business liaisons, with one of the property people who have a gym actually in the Four Corners area. And we've continued to make efforts in terms of trying to get different venues to meet different people along the corridor. So in terms of what's going to be happening in terms of future public meetings, so we're going to have another one coming up on March 8th, and then following the next week, we'll have another virtual option. So we've done both in-person as well as virtual meetings. And that's going to be our strategy sort of moving forward on the bigger meetings. And then we'll have smaller ones in terms of specific meetings with the Latino community. We're trying to set that up going forward. That's probably going to be on a Saturday in terms of timing, making that unique and different. Going to have some individual sort of walking tours or workshops, and potentially having within a multifamily building the notion to have like planner hours where we would be there, people would come in and ask us questions, et cetera. As well as the other topics that are noted here, we'll be presenting those in terms of future public meetings. So I'll turn the presentation over to Zubin, who will highlight some of the responses that we've received so far in terms of what we've heard from the public.
Thank you, Nkosi. Commissioners, for the record, Zubin Adrinwala with Mid-County Planning. What you see here on your screens is the analysis that we have done based on our public engagement. So our goal here throughout the plan is to be very rigorous about how we collect information and how we analyze it going forward. So this is just a snippet of that where you see where people spoke to us, whether it was through online forums, in the online meeting, or in the in-person meeting where we had cards where they could write down their thoughts. So we recorded all of these. And in analyzing what they spoke about the pedestrian environment, these are the 25 most frequently used words that we came across. Yes. Sorry. So yeah, what you can see here is, people speak a lot about safety and bikes and pedestrian infrastructure. And again, this is sort of sentiment coded. So we are analyzing specific references. So it's not just a collection of the words, but we are collecting the sentiments. Next slide, please. So similar example, when people spoke about support for bike infrastructure, these are the words they typically used. And I like to think of it as if you start putting these words together, you can almost make a complete sentence out of them. And I think going forward, as we go through more meetings, which Nkosi pointed out, we will update this graphic. So this graphic is not a static graphic. It's going to continue evolving as we go through this process, because we'll have multiple engagement points. We'll collect a vast amount of data, and then this will keep feeding into this model, and we'll keep upgrading the kind of aggregate public perception about what they say to us. Next slide, please. Similarly, we also conducted 2 surveys in our initial public engagement, and the slide that Nkosi pointed out earlier where people were putting dots, it's a record of those dots as well as an online survey that we conducted during our virtual engagement, and you start to see what people are talking about when they talk about the plan area. Wide sidewalks are widely desired, as are street trees. There's also a desire for more crosswalks. And then, of course, people are having conversations about protected bike lanes and slower traffic. So again, to my earlier point, even this graphic will continue evolving with greater numbers as we have wider reach for this survey and talk to more people and ask for their input. So not a static image, it will continue to evolve. Thank you.
Commissioner Presley, did you have anything? Your hand was up.
I lowered my hand. Question was answered.
Okay, thank you.
So we recently had the Urban Land Institute National Organization utilize their expertise in terms of the Technical Assistance Panel, which is a group of roughly 10 professionals throughout the built environment, architects, planners, people who do transportation planners, economic analysis, et cetera, come in last week. They did 2 days, compressed time is 2 days. We typically give them these four questions that were asked from us to them, and then they provided us with a response. So there was a public presentation last Wednesday. There will be a more in-depth report that will come out probably in March. And hopefully we'll have a more informal presentation to the board future of their findings as we sort of continue to build a plan. But it's really one of the resources we use, we've used it in other plans, to really get sort of additional expert analysis in the project as we sort of build things and point out things that we may want to consider as we build and make the recommendations sort of moving forward. Just want to note that this event took place last Wednesday.
Excuse me, Commissioner Pinero, you had something? Your hand is up.
I was just going to make a comment that I think this is, the beginning of a very needed plan. So it's only the beginning, and I'm glad that the ULI is involved. But I had a question in terms of how do you define what the corridor is? Because on the one hand, I see the need for transit. I use University Boulevard all the time, and around Four Corners, the traffic is just very difficult. But I've also seen that in the corridor, as you define the corridor, sometimes you go into certain neighborhoods. Like, for example, when you go into Kemp Mill Shopping Center or Kemp Mill, in other areas, it stays very close to the avenue itself. So I don't know to what extent you're going to be including neighborhoods, or it's just looking more into, like you said, the trade-off between bicycles and BRT and traffic and.
Let me just
I'll stop there. Thank you.
There's the map that shows the geography and where they'll examine all areas, including zoning. So that they do go into a few blocks, in some cases off the street. But that's the map that they wish us to approve.
Correct. And just to note, on Kemp Mill, we were judicious in making sure we stop just by the shopping center, because really we have those multifamily properties right at the intersection. And it just made sense to really be more inclusive as we address Northwood High, the rehab facility, multifamily across the street, and put all of those pieces together.
Let me put in my just 3 cents into Kemp Mill Shopping Center. The MVA Express moved from Glenmont to Kemp Mill. And I used to, when I used the one in Glenmont, it was always crowded. A lot of Latinos going there. When I went to Kemp Mill Shopping Center, it was totally empty. It may have to do with the access, how you get there. Because, in Glenmont, it was very close to the metro station. There were buses. It's very easy to get to. Now, I don't know why MVA Express moved there, but a couple of times that I've gone, it's totally empty. So anyway, just putting my 3 cents there.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. In terms of our schedule, based on where we are today, we're going to continue working on this through the rest of this year. We'll be coming to the board probably later fall, early winter with preliminary recommendations / working draft, et cetera. That's our target. Next year, county executive as well as county council in terms of the schedule that we have right now. So our recommendation is to approve the scope of work. There's much more in addition to this presentation in terms of the document that you have, our staff memo that covers a variety of other topics that we such as history, et cetera, of the area. So with that, we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Commissioner Presley. No, I'm sorry, I'm
Branson.
Oh, where is she? Okay, here we go. I keep telling you, just call me Commissioner Cherie, it's easier.
It's better.
So I have a few questions. First of all, a correction. Daniel Karoma's name has one more O in it that you left out on your slides. It's Koroma. I just thought I'd throw that in there. He's the business liaison for the county. Okay, so I just want you to correct it because I'm sure if he was here he would say that. Here are my questions. First of all, it wasn't clear to me where I understand you're proceeding in sections of University Boulevard. So as we look at the scope of work here, which section are you asking us to look at, or a particular section, or just the whole concept of sections? I know, but it doesn't make any sense to me, Jack, because I can't figure out what street that is. It is from 495 to where? Where is the cutoff point?
The cutoff point is Amherst Avenue.
Okay, so, Amherst is here, it's in Wheaton.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Okay, so, but I do want you to think about, and what I didn't see on the outreach is specific, I did see a small mention of the disability community, but I didn't see any mention of the elderly community. Because I think as you go down University Boulevard, that's going to be critical. Because there are rehab facilities, there are senior housing developments. And so, you might as well get started now, identifying the groups that be most likely to be impacted. Also, okay, this is further down. So I was gonna mention the project that we approved not too long ago at the temple that is between University and Reedy. Right. So that the way that cuts is going to have an impact on University Boulevard. That's why I asked you where your cutoff line is. Also on the slide, and this is probably my little pet peeve, you had a slide on bike lanes, and I noticed that the language used was support of bike lanes. This is one of the reasons why people get upset with the planning folks, is because there's another side, and that is we don't like bike lanes. So I didn't see a slide that also indicated, how people are feeling, maybe not so happy-glowy about bike lanes. I'm not suggesting that, you should make anything up, but I'm saying that the public deserves the full picture as to what, what people are feeling, and not just, one side of it. So those are my little things.
So a comment on the bike lanes. Yes, the bike lanes are a contention within the community. There are people that are supportive of what the state did, and then there are people that were not supportive of what the state did. So that means that was a temporary pilot project. So we do have the approval of the Bikeway Master Plan, which provides us direction and guidance for University Boulevard. And as we develop the plan recommendations, we will be examining that recommendation to see how it has merit or what adjustments we could make to it. So I think the bike accommodation, the reallocation of the roadway for auto users rather than people just only driving is something that from that first public meeting we clearly heard from folks that were, and then we've met with other people who are very supportive of having alternative uses on University Boulevard, such as a bike lane or a bus lane, et cetera. And some of the information that Zubin noted indicated that we have support for example, a dedicated busway. So I just wanted to provide a bit more.
Commissioner Presley, this time.
Yes. What I wonder is then the 45% who commented that they were interested in the protected bike lanes, I was thinking that was like 45% out of the 100. But what you're saying is 45% of the people polled as to what they wanted proactively said that. So again, back to Commissioner Branson's comment, this is not really reflecting those who are opposed to that?
Yeah, in this case, what they wanted to see, if you see there's one more option, which is stay the same. So
yes,
that only had like 7 people supporting it out of the people we surveyed. So status quo, nobody's happy with. And I would just like to add a footnote to this bike lane conversation. When we spoke to the people who use wheelchairs, there was a sort of two-way conversation about that. One was, I really like it because I can sometimes get onto the bike lane and feel protected from the fast-moving traffic. We also spoke with the convener of the Inwood House, and she mentioned how because of the narrowness of the sidewalk and occasionally poor maintenance, how the bike lanes were really supported by the residents who were using wheelchairs. Again, this is a sort of a Venn diagram of the elderly and people with disabilities. So there was support for bike lanes from people who probably haven't been on a bike in 20 years. So even from pedestrians, there was support for bike lanes. So it was not just biking advocates who were necessarily in support of the bike lanes, but you're right, there is opposition to the bike lanes too. And the concern was—
But I presume that could be more than the 7%. So if you would just ask me outright, what would you like to see changed, or what would you like to see? And I say, just stay the same. That's not the same as sort of giving me 10 things and saying, are you in favor or opposed? So I do agree with Commissioner Branson. We need a little bit more, in the next round, a little bit more representation for those who might be against it. Also, that's an interesting concept about the wheelchairs in the bike lanes. Is there enough room to support both? In other words, if somebody's using a bike lane with a wheelchair, they're not going to be traveling, presumably at the same speed as a bike. Is it contraindicated to mix the two?
So I think we are quite far from making that specific a recommendation. I think that's the purview of our transportation planners who will be dealing with the sort of nitty-gritty of these things. I think the point here was that the support for bike lanes is not just from bikers, that it had an added advantage. There is precedent in other jurisdiction of creating a shared infrastructure. But yeah, you're right. Like if it's a protected bike lane, then presumably you do not want a wheelchair in there. But
right.
For the wheelchair users, their options were between a rock and a hard place, between a poorly maintained sidewalk and a temporary bike lane. And what we heard is a lot of people chose the temporary bike lane.
Commissioner Branson.
And I would,
Yeah, Amy, Commissioner Preston, let me just give you a little background
Sure.
because I used to live in in that area. So where this is on University Boulevard, which has a whole lot of traffic between Inwood and where Sligo Creek Park comes up. Okay, so in that. Right at the corner of Inwood, there is an apartment complex. I can't remember how big it is. It's not very big, but there's an apartment complex that caters to the disability community. Okay. And so once you leave that apartment complex, if you're headed toward the Sligo Creek Park, you've got woods on both sides. You have a heavily wooded area on both sides. So the state is responsible for maintaining the sidewalk, as I understand it, along that sideway. When, back a long time ago when, I served on the council, we had a really horrible snowstorm. The folks who were living in Inwood could not really leave their building because, the requirement to shovel did not extend to the state. And so I'm just speculating that it could well be that the concern about having this bike lane is because at least that will be maintained. That's sort of the backstory. So I just wanted to share that.
And I'll note for everybody that we still have the pedestrian master plan that's underway that deals with some of these state maintenance issues as well, and that will be contemporaneously decided with this one, so they'll meld together and they'll learn from each other.
And Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director, for the record, the pedestrian master plan will be completed much sooner than this plan as well. So its recommendations, once it's adopted, will definitely help inform this plan.
Commissioner Hill.
Yeah, can you go back to slide number 6? My question has to do, I appreciate that we're kind of pivoting here to a corridor plan, but I'd like to understand the relationship of this plan with the overlay of other plans that are on top of it. And, well, I see the diagram, but my question is, we're bisecting Kensington-Wheaton, we're bisecting Kent Mill, and I don't know if there's a Four Corners area plan. I assume there is. You don't have it on here, but
it's right there.
What's the relationship of these plans and the intention of the planning department if we're overlaying this as sort of a strip that's separating these other communities? Will we have, in a sense, duplicative effort when we come back to those community plans and update them?
Thank you for the question, Carrie Sanders, for the record. I think this is a good topic, particularly as it relates to the most recent Thrive Montgomery comprehensive plan adoption. That plan had a policy that we had to look at corridors in the county. As you know, our corridors are planned for transit. Some of those corridors have transit that is coming more soon, like Veers Mill, which you'll see sort of mandatory referral plans for in the near future. But other corridors like this one don't have immediate transit plans, but will in the future. And so what we really want to do is use this opportunity to get the corridor ready for that transit and make sure that the land use along the transit responds to it. And also frequently what we're seeing from a Vision Zero perspective is that these corridors are extremely problematic for residents that are trying to simply walk to the bus. They can't, this is actually one of the highest bus routes, most frequently used bus route in the entire state of Maryland along this corridor. And residents today have trouble just getting to those stops. And so we really feel from a planning perspective, it's land use, but it's also the connection between the land use and the transportation that has to be addressed throughout the county, but specifically in this area is quite urgent. The number
wait,
of,
Can I interrupt for a second?
Yeah,
You're not
please.
addressing the question I have, right? I'm not challenging the merits of the corridor plan, all right? I see the centrality of that transportation thing making sense to me. What I'm asking about is what's the transition of a patchwork of sector plans that really deal with chunks and communities related to corridor plans and we're laying over them, and the future intention for how do we structure our plans?
So let me jump into this. I think that this is where, as a planning department, we've actually already begun this transition to planning for smaller corridors. A lot of these other plans are for much, much larger geographies. And we've already completed one corridor plan for Veers Mill already. Some of the master plans that we have underway, they are focusing on smaller geographies. But again, with Thrive Montgomery 2050 adopted, we will need to do a shift in how we actually consider land use so that we are looking at sort of geographies that make sense, not just based off of the land use around that area, but what some of our policies and priorities are in terms of future planning. And corridors is a major priority that will have to be a focus because that is where we will have the opportunity to accommodate more growth. We also have corridors that are already built out in a lot of ways, but they are also transitioning in certain ways. And so that is the opportunity for us to address those issues, to identify issues that exist now, which, Nkosi and the team have already laid out. So there's no sort of one specific answer to your question, but this is a direction that we've already been moving in over the last few years. And this gives us the ability to come up with plans that are more tailored to specific communities and conditions rather than these sort of very overarching plans that are not as, were probably appropriate at the time, but moving forward, this type of more targeted focus really is the direction that planning takes now, so that we can have much more tailored, much more strategic recommendations.
Okay, I got that, but still as a scope of work question, let me just crystallize this. We're slicing off a chunk of the Kemp Mill neighborhood that's very small, right? And we're really isolating it in a sense by putting this plan in between. Is the intention in the future to combine that with some other place south of the corridor here so that it gets the same coverage as a adjacent and conglomerated area, or what is the intention with those plans?
I can hopefully respond to your question, and feel free to jump in if you need more clarity.
Okay.
So to give you an example, with the Veers Mill corridor plan, which had a similar approach to as this plan, the adjacent community plans to the corridor are still very relevant. It's simply that we want to make sure that we're very intentional about the areas adjacent to the BRT. So in some cases, we had to go a little bit more into the community, like you'll see with Northwood, so that we capture the whole site. And that is also the case with Kemp Mill. We couldn't only include some of the development around Kemp Mill and not include it all. It seemed not logical. So it does, the boundary line that you see is roughly 2 blocks where we could. We tried to keep that consistency, which is similar to Veers Mill. With Veers Mill, I think we probably hovered around 1 block, but in some cases went to 2. So we tried our best to be as consistent as possible around that 2 blocks on either side of the roadway. I think, though, that you bring up a good point with the consistency of the plans that are adjacent. And so we'll be looking at those plans as we do this plan to echo the intent of those plans, consider the intent of those plans, and make sure that those plans work with this one as we move this one ahead.
Okay, you're still focusing on the corridor, and I'm focusing on the existing plan and how do we transition. So I live in that purple chunk that's not in the corridor, the university corridor. Looking forward to the future, where am I grouped for planning? Am I still grouped with the Kemp Mill neighborhood and there's sort of duplicative planning in the corridor part? In other words, is the purple chunk still expected to be treated as a whole for planning purposes?
For the record, my name's Jessica McVeary. I'm the master plan supervisor for the Mid-County team. I think that you're bringing up a really good point. And when we draw these boundaries, we do try to be intentional about leaving remnants as you're describing. And here we're trying to strike the balance of staying close to the corridor as was mentioned previously, and trying to, not go too far off the corridor, but not leave those remnants. I think that, the area below, the purple area that you're referencing, it could be included in a future planning effort. The area that's sort of just close to it could be included in a future update to the Four Corners sector plan or the Forest Glen sector plan. And we try to sort of make sure that when we're doing this, that we're mindful of those remnants. And Ms. Sanders mentioned the Veers Mill Corridor Plan. The alignment of that was such that we sort of tried to create those connections to make sure we didn't have remnants. So I think that in this case, we could think about either addressing that purple segment with one of the future planning updates for the area, or extending the boundary here to include that remnant to make sure that we're addressing the concern.
Okay, and this may be a bigger question than we can deal with in a moment, but my basic point here is when you draw a line, you make two spaces too. And I think we, as an equal protection question, have to think about what happens to those two spaces in planning, not just the new line that we draw. All right, if I can explain it that way.
You always have to worry about the transition whenever you
that's right.
draw a line. And hopefully you'll be aware that you have that. I view the scope and the geography of the scope is the area susceptible to all sorts of plan recommendations, including zoning. And if you're outside of that area, you're not subject to that. So you don't want to include the area if you really don't intend to change it. So they stuck to a corridor. Okay.
I got that. It's just I'm concerned about what is the impact on the rest of the department activity and how we organize that. And that may be a question we can't answer now. I'm fully aware of that, but I wanted to bring that up as, we're transitioning, we're pivoting, we're dealing with corridors by the mandate of council and all, but we still have a pretty complete layout of plans that fit together, and I'd like to see a little forward thinking about what the chunks, where those spaces go after we draw this line through the middle.
Robert Cronenberg for the record. Great question, and I think we deal with this with a lot of our, I'd say more of the urban plans. We just did this with Silver Spring. So you had a central business district boundary that expanded, and the other plans that surround it that are being impacted, similar to this right here, still govern. But there may be specific recommendations in that plan that may not apply anymore. And so you're with the new plan that they're doing here, it would be not dissimilar to that, where you'd have recommendations that would override one of those other master plans. And these master plans, Kent Mill, Four Corners, would get updated as part of this exercise here. So they would be amended to incorporate the new boundaries for this one right here. So it's a great question that we don't necessarily focus on too much in the scope, but I think it's worthy of kind of thinking about what those implications would be. And again, as we embark on a lot of new corridor type plans, it's definitely going to have the same impact. And that's something that we can definitely bring up, I think, proactively when we present scopes in the future.
Okay, good. Thank you. That's enough.
Okay, I don't see any hands. We're being asked by the planning staff to approve this scope of work.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the scope of work as proposed by the planning staff.
Second. I have a motion and a second. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
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 And thank you for the presentation.
Oh, thank you.
Good morning. It's still morning. This is February 16th, 2023 Planning Board session. We're on item 8, Wheaton Downtown Study. This is where the staff is asking the board to just transmit the study to the council. With that, I'll turn it over to staff.
Thank you, Carrie Sanders, for the record, Chief Mid-County Planning Division. We're really happy to be at this milestone with you, presenting the study that you received in your packets last week. And just to echo what the chair had mentioned, for this presentation, we'll be happy to answer any of your questions, and then the comments you provide, we will transmit to the County Council as we transmit the study to them, hopefully later this month. So thanks so much, and I'll turn it over to our project manager, Luis Estrada.
Well, good morning. I'm glad to be here. And as Carrie Sanders mentioned, we are here as a follow-up to the meeting that we had on February the 2nd, when we introduced the area and gave you a background on the Wheaton district, central business district. And what we're here to do is to run you through the outcome of the process that we've been following for the past year, and how we have developed a few buckets of strategies that are going to follow the completion of the study, that we believe will start moving the area in the direction that the sectoral plan envisioned. And I wanted to start the presentation with this image, which we shared in part in the last presentation, because it summarizes our process for master plans and how we combine community input with the research that we do and the information that we get from our expert consultants to arrive at recommendations that we believe are going to be beneficial for the area. In this case, I'm listing, and within the box that I'm showing in here, the elements that we focused on for this study. As a reminder, there was a sector plan effort that preceded the study, and a fair amount of outreach and analyses and study had gone into that. And the study effort is a more targeted effort, and we were focusing particularly in understanding the local market to see if the goals of the sector plan of relying on redevelopment to bring in public benefits to the area were still feasible and achievable, and in what form were they achievable. And the combination of all this effort is what we use to develop the strategies that are included in the draft study. Next. And at a very high level, what we did with the study is that we developed 4 categories of strategies, and we've listed them in order of priorities, understanding that some of those strategies that are more geared toward revitalizing the area and introducing near-term improvements will be beneficial to enhancing the area so that it can become more attractive to development. And so what this category, we listed the categories and we broke them in year terms, and this is a very sort of subjective thing, but we were trying to stay within the timeline that is usually associated with the lifetime of a master plan. Sectoral plan effort is usually like a 25-year timeline. We are at sort of the midpoint of the life of the Wheaton sectoral plan. So thinking that we would want to see things happen before that lifespan expires, and that we wanted certain things to happen right away, and understood that certain things could potentially happen in the middle. And the notion about actual redevelopment, I mean, we're saying 10 plus years because we're thinking that if everything that we think would be beneficial to make the area attractive for development could actually happen within what's left of the life of the plan, it may take longer than 10 years to actually achieve any kind of development interest in the area. But the primary goal of this effort is to sort of get the ball rolling so that the actions that we believe need to happen following the study that would lead to those revitalizing efforts could actually happen. So the 4 categories that we came up with as a higher level in the near term is about strengthening Wheaton's character and supporting revitalization, and we will go into more detail into the presentation on that. And in the middle term, we listed, in that bucket, we listed enhancing and creating existing open space and improving connectivity, believing that a lot of the investigative efforts that we think need to happen as part of the near-term strategies that we have listed will lead to implementation of some connectivity improvements and enhanced open space opportunities on the midterm for the CBD. And the combination of all of those things in the long term could potentially yield development interest. We also have included within the study district-specific strategies, and the diagram that you see on the screen just highlights certain areas that we focused on our efforts as part of the study, thinking that those are the places within each one of the districts that were identified by the sectoral plan where things could happen in the near term. As part of the implementation of the strategies that we're talking about. But what we're doing with the presentation, just to be clear, is that we are gonna describe the higher level categories and the strategies that are included underneath each one of them. We have a lot more detail following that same structure for each one of the districts that are described in the sectoral plan, and all that detail is included in the draft report that is included with this item. We're not going to go into the specific detail of everything that was recommended for each one of the districts, but we'll be at the end of the presentation open to answer questions about any of those elements if the planning board wants to see that. And then one more thing about this is part of the process that we have followed besides the community consultation and stakeholder consultation has involved the work that we have done with our consultants to understand the local market and to develop case studies working with property owners to see where the potential lies. Within our consultants are here today to help us share with the planning board their finding and their process. Partners for Economic Solutions is here that developed the market overview and that was shared along with this item. And Hoare Copeland Met Architects, I mean, they work together with the Partners for Economic Solutions to develop, the analysis that was done. So what we wanted to do before we get into the strategies is just to allow PES the opportunity to sort of run you through their findings. And that's what we're going to do next. And now we're going to pass it on to Abby Ferretti.
Thank you so much, Luis. Abby Ferretti for the record. So again, we started looking at the best way to understand Wheaton's downtown economy and its position by looking at the Wheaton sector plan area, which you see here on the screen. We looked at residential, office, retail, and then we took those as a high-level land use review, and then we looked at financial feasibility. So really understanding that within this Wheaton sector plan area, we expect it to share about 4.1% of the county's total growth by 2045. And so if we look at the residential for sale market on the next slide, you'll see that it's a stable market. I think all of us are aware of that. You've got here highlighted in the images, you've got the townhouse communities that have been there for a long time and the newer ones and the condominium options. What's important to note here is that when we looked at sales over the course of a year period for that for sale community, we saw that 70% of the sales were single family residential, not surprising to many of us, but that the townhomes were about 23% and their median price was about $500,000, whereas the single family was $550,000. So very close in terms of the market. There's just a smaller share of condominiums that are out there in the marketplace, not surprising, and their median price is about $295,000. So it's a stable market, it's doing well, but it's obviously more affordable than some of its counterparts in terms of urban dense locations in the county. On the next slide, you'll see we talked a little bit and we spent a lot of our time thinking about the rental market. Rental's really important, and here we've got about 2,357 units, and of those, they have about a 2.7% vacancy rate. In our line of work, we consider 5% to be what you'd want desirable in terms of a vacancy rate, because it gives the landlords time to turn over that property, to paint it, to recarpet it, and what might needed. So here we consider this a tight marketplace where you don't quite have enough supply to meet your demand. What's really important here is to note that a lot of the new development in the rental has come online since about 2008. You're talking about 1,647 new units from that number that I mentioned, the 2,357. We think that there is a lot of demand and potential here, but we take a minute, we step back, and we look at Wheaton in comparison to downtown Rockville, downtown Silver Spring, and we see the price point. It's about $100 per month in rent, cheaper to live here for a comparable unit. And then if you compare it to downtown Bethesda, which I know we're not trying to be, but that's about a $500 differential. So it's definitely more affordable. We think there could be demand for about 1,100 new units by 2035 here in Wheaton, and potentially another 1,000 in that next tranche, which would be 2036 to 2045. Then when we look at the office market, I'm sure no one would be surprised to see that we kind of have to look at what's existing. These two images here on the slide give you a sense of what you're seeing. You're seeing some of that sort of office traditional development, mid-scale office place. Obviously, Wheaton's office market is about 753,000 square feet. It's nowhere near the size of like a market like downtown Silver Spring, which is 6.6 million, or a Bethesda even at 9 million square feet. So it's a much smaller scale, but a large majority of that space, 308,000 of it, is the building we're sitting in today. So remember that 41% of your space comes in and is from this wonderful building, and it's a great investment, but it's important when we look at the market to kind of pull that out, tease that out. So as you can see, 58% of the space on this pie chart is Class A space. Why is that? That's because of this building right here. So don't be fooled too much by that. When you look at the class of space, that 29%, that Class B space, which has been here for a long time, is running a vacancy rate of 17.7%. That is very unhealthy. You'd want to see somewhere to 8 to 10% to be healthy in an office market, and so we want to consider that. On the next slide, there's a little more detail, and I know folks don't love graphics as much as I do, but it is an important graphic here to look at because it's showing you absorption and it's showing you net deliveries, which is new space coming online. So it's giving you a sense of what's happening in occupancy. Where are these office tenants coming and going? No surprise, just like most of the region, we're seeing problems in the office market. But what is important to point out here in Wheaton is that you have a 9.4% vacancy rate in 2022. What really happened in 2021 is that you had a loss of office tenants. About 140,000 square feet of occupancy was lost over the last 10 years in the Wheaton marketplace. So it's not just a trend that's recent from COVID, it's a long-term trend, and it's within the shadow of roughly 13.1 million square feet of office overhang, vacant space in Montgomery County as a whole. So its prospects do not lend well for future office space. However, the retail space is a different story. Here, when we look at retail space, and for many of you who are familiar with this area, you understand that the retail space is made up of all these lovely, and I know they may not seem that way to you, but to me, they're lovely little shops that afford small retailers an opportunity to come into a market and to really bring unique items. CoStar shows there's about 2.4 million square feet in total in this area for the Wheaton sector plan area, but it has a vacancy rate of 2.5%. Again, showing that it's a very tight marketplace. I always like to pull out the big white elephant in the room, which here is the Westfield Wheaton complex, which was built in the 1960s. That's about 1.5 million square feet of space. However, they're doing well. They have a vacancy rate of about 1.7%. When we look at that mall and we think about what it brings to the area, it is doing well. It is healthy by relative standards. The sector plan area, and I talked about this in the beginning, is anticipating that growth. And I think it's important to remember that it's going to increase by half to 2/3 by 2045. That growth in those customers, the addition of those new households is going to continue to grow that retail demand. And that means that the existing restaurants and retailers who are in place could capture that share. When we look at this next slide, again, back to this graphic here, I want everyone to note that the vacancy rate, that 2.5% is much below the healthy vacancy rate of 5%. It's tight, but it also shows that Westfield Wheaton is 60% of that space, and they're doing extremely well. So what we did is we dug a little deeper, and we profiled the 300 businesses that are in retail spaces that are outside of Westfield but are in this sector plan area. We looked at where their vacancies were at one point in time. This is just kind of a nice way to check in on how the health of those smaller businesses are in those retail atmosphere, and we found that about 14% of them were vacant. But they have had 41 new businesses, so there's a lot of turning over, new businesses be created. A lot of that is because you have a healthy food supply, food and beverage options, and those folks, 1 in 5 fail. It's okay that you have them going and then someone new coming in. That doesn't necessarily represent unhealthy. The other thing that's important is that 40% of these businesses are targeting minority communities and those in other languages. So we would say that overall, the market strengths in this area really are the accessibility, and the retail opportunities really are leading on that accessibility and that access here. So the residential development will increase the walk-in customers that I talked about, but also you can see the activation of the space and the preservation of some of these smaller retail spaces will continue to benefit the retail sector. And there's an opportunity here, we believe, to build on the arts and these other things, and that's what we found in our case studies. So overall, the market strengths that we see in this marketplace is its success to date really reflects the access. Look, we have the Red Line, we have Wheaton Station, we have the Metro Bus, we have Ride-On, we have the convergence of 3 major highways, and a clustering of ethnically diverse restaurants and retailers. You don't have this in many other places in the county. Don't mess it up. Let's remember that it is sort of a success in its own right today. Chuck Levin's as an anchor is huge for you guys. The urban district efforts and the potential to continue to build off of that is really important. There are weaknesses, and I would not say that goes without being said. Here you can see on these images below on the bottom half, these retailers are forced into really parking inconvenient, not just for their customers, but for loading and for accessing and operating their businesses. It's tough, but they're willing to stay here because of the customer base that you have and the access that you have. Some of these aging retail spaces present an opportunity for us and to kind of grow and change and sort of shift what we're doing. And so what we did was we took a look at the underutilized retail properties, and I'm so happy that you guys have had a chance to read our report. But this is where we really say, let's take a look at the land value to total value and scan the market. And here we saw if you had 50% of your value in the land as compared to the total value, then we said, let's take a deeper dive. And this is just sort of part of the work in process, and these are the dots that represent that. On the next slide, you'll see the 4 sites that we selected with the help of Hort Copeland Mott to kind of come in and say, let's see if we could do some assemblage, let's see if we have some common ownership, and where could we build multifamily, where could we redevelop it, how would we redevelop it, how would we access it, how would these things work, and how would the parking be calculated. Very fortunate that Hort Copeland Mott was able to do that because they've done this work for the private and the public sector. They understand it. They were able to get the biggest bang for your buck out of each site, which was terrific. And then on the next slide, you can see these are the findings, right? The development costs are high. There's no surprise here. Construction costs continue to go up, as does the cost for the labor that supports that construction. The rents that we would need to do these projects would be need to increase 20 to 28%. It would be a huge jump. It's not remedied by your current zoning and your high-rise options that are allowed out there in the zoning envelope. The mid-rise buildings do have lower costs, and the new condominiums were not feasible enough to bring in development. It's why you're not seeing a ton of development applications or assemblages happening today. But you can see in the image here on the bottom left, we took a look at, okay, if we could build even more, if we could consolidate, if we could shift where roads are. We didn't allow anything to stop the vision to try to squeeze as much money out as possible. It just wasn't financially viable at this time. And so we ran sensitivities, and then on the next slide, we sort of said, these are the conclusions. In terms of what are the real burdens, and structured parking is a major cost factor. Even when you right-size the parking in line with the market demand, the parking ratios for retail, what they need, what restaurateurs need, even if you're just picking up the food and moving on, is a high level of parking. And so that's particularly difficult, and we did kind of run into some challenges in terms of folks accepting the below-grade parking that has been recently built here. And that's kind of particularly further tanked the financials at this time. And then we took the project a further step, which was to do case studies of an inventory of like, what's the appeal here in Wheaton and how can we sort of build off of that small independent businesses? And we took a look at many of the technical assistance programs that are out there, but in other places. So we went as far as San Francisco, and we went to Chicago and Hyattsville and Mount Rainier and looked at kind of what we found. And we found you have to build the public trust and you can only move at the pace of the public trust. And I think that's really important for even these businesses that are in there. They may not own their space, but you have to provide that technical assistance. One of the case studies was Chicago's Logan Square. I'd love to point that out because they lost a ton of their Hispanic community and they lost a ton of their business base and their ethnic diversity as their community grew and the rents grew. And that was a lesson learned in lost small businesses that we wouldn't like to see here in Wheaton. And so it's a lesson learned. I think emphasizing the programming, focusing on a community development corporation, understanding how powerful the arts can be and how successful Hyattsville, Mount Rainier, and other locations have been around Maryland at building on that. Those were kind of the keys, and those sort of tag teamed into what we gave back to the planning staff who did a wonderful job coming up with strategies.
Great. So do we have any questions so far, or do we keep going?
This is a follow detail to what you just said, and I want to poke it for a minute. You said that the office situation, the occupancy was a long-term trend, not just a COVID impact. And maybe this is, I really worry about mixed use and having that employment component in the area, and that seems to be a general problem. What long-term causes can you identify? Is it a denser packing of the people, the employees that are there? Is it, shedding workers? Is it, businesses leaving? Can you put a finger on any of that?
So it's a little bit of a couple of the things that you mentioned. It's the shedding of the workers and the shifting, obviously, to a shared hybrid work environment. But what we saw is that was going on for 10 years prior to COVID, and it just accelerated and exacerbated that problem. The other piece that we see here is that much of the office demand for the future will be population growth driven. So I need to be near my customer base. My customer base is my resident. It's not I'm in this office location for that. And then it's the competition. In Montgomery County, you guys are competing with locations that have much more desirability and are offering rents, they're competing with you. So you're competing with Silver Spring here in Wheaton. You're competing with downtown Rockville. And those folks have a little bit more quality pedestrian environment. They have more community festivals, more arts, and they've invested in that more over time. So you're playing catch up as well there.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So my question is twofold. One is about the pedestrian difficulties you've noticed, because Wheaton is really one of the few places where people are out here walking around. But it's also where people are afraid to walk around. The other thing I wanted to really ask you if there's more detail about is the suggestion about arts and entertainment. This is not, other than the movie theater at the mall, and I think there's a few little nightclubs, at least used to be up here. This area is not known for arts and entertainment. So, you're really kind of talking about, I understand how that can be a driver for a lot of things. So, but you're really starting to talk about doing something that's really new to this area. So, I was just wondering if you had, additional thoughts on that.
Thanks, Commissioner Branson. So I think part of the thing with arts, and I talk about arts a lot in a lot of communities, you have to find your niche within the arts. And what we've heard here is that there's a little bit of live music, dance, and that component. And so I would say, I broadly said arts in the presentation, but I think it's the niche arts here. You have to find your own identity. You obviously have Chuck Levin, and so you sort of have a performance-based option here. So I'm not talking about the visual arts, and I'm not really, you can have those components, but what I'm saying is focus on the music and the music side of arts. I'm not suggesting you become Nashville by any stretch of the imagination, but I do think opening up options for people to perform in public, and I'm a big believer in it's great that your church choir practices in the basement here, but why don't you come out to our plaza when the seasonality permits, and have them just come out and do their practice there. It enlivens space. It doesn't cost anything, and it's sort of, and so it's those sort of ideas. My understanding from the folks that have lived and have owned property in this area is that those ideas have been discussed before, but they maybe haven't been targeted towards the music as much, and the funneling and the sort of on the ground every weekend, I have to have something going on here, and every Wednesday night hasn't been as dogmatic as maybe it could be. And so I think that's our suggestion. But I hear you. It can't just be a broad-based, hey, everybody does well with arts, right? Agreed.
I can't help myself. There's a CIP project for an arts center that's located at the edge of the study area. Do you think there'll be synergies sufficient to help the other retailers in and other activity within Wheaton?
Chairman, thank you so much for mentioning that. Yes, we interviewed and talked to them about the program and about that building space. It was sort of in its infancy when we started the program, and I'm looking back at my partner, Anita Morrison, because she had more of those discussions. We made that recommendation to them, and I would suggest that, yes, we think that that is kind of a key step moving forward, that.
What recommendation did you make to them?
Yeah, she's too far away from the mic.
For the record, it's Anita Morrison. What we had suggested was that those opportunities be developed and as central to downtown Wheaton as possible. So as I understand now, you're looking at a site closer to Amherst, which is a little off-center, so not quite as advantageous, but just with the design, as the project is being designed, specifically, it should incorporate concepts of linking to the outdoors and encouraging that spin out that will help the people who are coming to take advantage of the center also see the opportunity to walk to a restaurant. And so it's more about design and that.
When you say center, you kind of mean the mean of where the people are, the population center, right?
Yes.
Not the geographic center. Right?
Well, I
'Cause
was
it seems we
thinking
have a
in
real
terms-
imbalance with this whole mall over here, right?
Yeah, I was thinking in terms of access to the small business space.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's okay where the location is going?
I think, it will take some extra effort to make sure that those physical connections are emphasized and visible and attractive.
One of the things I would suggest for what we send up is that at least be up to date on what the CIP recommendation is. And right now it just says they'll look at it in the future. So that would be one recommendation I have. The other thing I noticed is that the only specific development incentive listed here is reduced parking. And that, of course, is always a balance with what a mortgage company will allow when they finance something. But still, that's the only thing that you think is directly a direct strategy?
Chairman.
Other than the words incentivize development?
Chairman, that's a great question. Unfortunately, the gap was so large that we looked at several different structures or several different options to reduce the gap. And I don't think it's entirely reflective of the sensitivity analysis that we did, but those did not provide fruitful, they didn't fill the.
There are certainly options to abate taxes or to make direct contributions with investments in the infrastructure or other public facilities. Public parking, of course, helps close the gap on those residential mixed-use developments. But it is a very big gap at this stage, and so the concept of $150,000 a unit to subsidize market rate housing is a little tough in these budget times.
And you, of course, budget times, forgiving taxes for a period of time is
Equally.
helps and hurts.
Yes, it does.
But I didn't see that as a specific recommendation either. Commissioner Presley has something.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, like, how do we compare not just to other counties in Maryland, but are there people studying this trend, and are there any other resources we can look to in terms of how they're dealing with this, incentives and otherwise? Are we kind of right in the pocket with everyone else across the country, or are we, for some reason, are people vacating Montgomery County? That's important for me to understand. Like,
You're talking about the gap between cost and supportable value. That's happening.
Yes.
That's happening across the country. The run-up in costs, in construction costs, particularly through the pandemic with the supply chain
Sure.
issues and the rest, have really exacerbated the problem for everyone. And so I think you are seeing people looking for new solutions, and some communities are committing some of their ARP monies, their America Rescue Plan monies, specifically to those, trying to fill those gaps. But
do we need to possibly be pushing for, tax breaks, tax credits, or even, shudder the thought, I'm sure, to many, but some reductions in the exactions that we're putting on developers at a time where we know, like sheetrock's more than doubled, and, supply chain is a problem, there's timing issues. Is there anything that we should be seeking to do as a temporary measure to reduce those demands?
What you could do in the short term, post-pandemic, it's probably not changing those kinds of requirements about sheetrock or whatever, I do think you need to look at the parking, because 5 spaces per 1,000 feet of retail space is a fairly high, that's a shopping mall kind of ratio. And so if you can bring that down, that would help make the retail more feasible and the total mixed-use project as well.
It just seems like a little bit, like just a little nick, maybe not enough. And have you considered other things to add to that? Have we petitioned for tax cuts or some other thing to benefit people who move in within a certain time period and things like that?
Yeah, so there have been, I think, tax incentives for high-rise on metro properties. I think I know the district has done some strategies that with time limitations, that for the next 3 years, if you come in and are approved in this 3-year period, there will be these incentives available to you. That would be one option, would be to look at something very targeted. I think it's easier in these times maybe to do that with the projects that are affordable, that are including affordable housing. So in particular, when HOC comes to the table, that's an easier place to put public monies in to help make those projects viable.
But again, we need the balance. I mean, you have a lot of people and no place to shop, and that's it's trade-off. But at some point, that's going to become as important as the paucity of affordable units is, because now there's a bunch of people getting on the street to go somewhere because there's nowhere close to go. So, okay, well, pontificating, I'll stop.
I'll say one other thing. You have another nationwide problem, if you will, that's in here aside from the office space, and that's regional malls. And you have one here, and you didn't talk a lot about it, except for some things along the edges of it.
I think, it's certainly still continuing to perform well. It serves a niche in this part of the county, and it doesn't have some of the malls that you're seeing decay are because they've had new competition close by, and that's not really the case here. But I think long-term, the strategies we're seeing are diversifying the product mix, and so adding housing, and making better use of the land associated with the malls is really the trend that we're seeing. And I understand that the owner is open to the concept of housing, particularly along Veers Mill Road, but the market's just not here yet. And so that's my understanding as to why that's not happening.
Thank you. Do you have more to present? Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Pinero.
Yes, hi. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, the chair brought up the shopping center, the mall issue, but I also would like to bring up the kind of the elephant in the room, which has to do with racial equity and social justice. Something Wheaton, generally, the schools have less than 10% of white students in it. Most of them are Black and brown. To what extent do you think that that's going to attract? I mean, when we look at land cost and issues like that, there's a lot of redevelopment going on in Bethesda. We see it all the time. We don't see it in Wheaton. The fact that we have this racial composition in schools may be a deterrent for families to move to Wheaton when they have to send their children to schools. I know that we're not dealing with schools, that's a Board of Education issue, but planning does affect that. And that's why I've been thinking, when I was at HOC, people think, well, maybe we need more low-income housing in Wheaton. We don't. We need more development. We need more mixed income people moving in with higher incomes, willing to move into this area so that we have more diversity. I've always felt that way. And we always felt that way in HOC. I'm not talking on behalf of HOC here, but what I'm seeing is that this issue of, neighborhoods changing, we have to think not only of how neighborhoods preserving what we have, we also have to think about giving more opportunities to people that live there in terms of, redevelopment. But anyway, I'll leave it there. I'll just, it's the elephant in the room that many times we don't talk about it.
And as you see, nobody's talking about it, so.
Yes, yes.
So I think this is a good segue to just talking about the strategies, because I think it is important to note that because of this conversation that we're having, and because the difficulty in identifying adequate incentives and figuring out effective ways to attract development to the area now, is why we have focused in a group of incentives for the near term that is trying to improve the area and make it more attractive and respond to some of the things that the community has vocally told us are needed in the area first, thinking that running through all those issues and making sure that those needs are met will make the area more attractive so that potentially a market can develop for redevelopment in the future. And that's reflected also in the case studies that were included in the PES report. They're geared more towards community improvement and redevelopment. And then some of the strategies that we're gonna share with you are about identifying needs and figuring out ways to attract funding to meet those needs. And then there are more immediate needs. And what we tried to do with, for example, this slide that we didn't hear, and I don't know how to do it so well, but that's what we tried to do. Like, we had 3 columns in which we had in the left-hand column, we had what we've heard. It's a summary of the things that we have heard from the community, and it's a combination of things that involve improving connectivity, which is a big issue for people. We heard loud and clear that they want to improve the way that you move through the district, and they want it to be safer, and they want to be able to reach destinations reach the district from the neighborhood surrounding it, and to reach destinations beyond the district. Like they talk about the public library, they talk about Wheaton Regional, they talk about those places that are very popular that not everybody knows very well how to get there by foot. So they're talking about making pathways or improving pathways that people use today, and making them clear that ways to use. So then the column in the middle is sort of a summary of some of the findings that we got from PES's report. I mean, and they're much in line with some of the things that folks are looking to do, focusing on community development, promoting the arts. And I think it's important to know that Wheaton is a designated arts and entertainment district, and they do have a strategic plan for pushing that. So they're actively working and building Wheaton as an arts and entertainment destination. So there are pieces in place in here that can be used to build on to revitalize the area in the way that we're talking about. And then there's our three buckets of strategies, and I just wanted to highlight that our near-term strategies include following actions to identify improvements to the area and to promote it, make it more attractive, safe, and in support of local businesses and residents. And our midterm strategies are more about implementing the findings of those actions in the near term. And we'll go through what those are. Next. I'll look myself out. So, and this is about revitalizing Wheaton. This is part of our near-term strategies, and what we have in here as a primary goal, next, is continuing to support the district's effort to activate the public right-of-way and to improve connections and walkability through the sector, and to identify better ways of doing that. We're recommending a couple of things. Next. We include a strategy to conduct a public life study, and what a public life study does, in essence, is that it analyzes how people use the public realm as it exists today. And they actually monitor how people work, how people move, where do they congregate, and what are the areas of the CBD that are more popular for users, and how do they use them. And part of the effort is to understand that usage and figure out how to support it and how to incentivize it if it's positive use. And I believe that, for example, there's a lot of efforts that we do here in the planning department that produce data and information that could actually support a study like this. And what this would require is a concerted effort to sort of analyze that data and try to understand how do people use the public domain in Wheaton and ways in which we can attract funding to improve it. Because what part of these exercises are all about is to identify needs so that then we can identify something for funding sources so that we can improve and provide for those needs. That's the reason why we're also pursuing next. Recommending pursuing a cultural mapping exercise. A cultural mapping exercise is sort of a different way of dealing with preservation within a neighborhood, and it's more focused on the businesses. And what it does is that it studies the area and identifies the businesses that have contributed for a long time to establish a special character in the area, and tries to identify ways to support those businesses. And what we have been thinking it's an exercise that needs to be designed to meet the needs of the area. We have also been working with One Montgomery Green, who's pursuing a separate exercise to promote a sustainable innovation zone in Wheaton. And we had actually hoped that our exercises were going to be more parallel in terms of timeline, so we could include their recommendations in here. They're further behind us. But they are working with the Green Bank, who is looking to promote their resources for the benefits of small businesses, like the people that we have here, the businesses that we have here in Wheaton. But they've expressed an interest in figuring out a process to identify where the needs are so that they can tailor their offerings to the area, and we've discussed in very general terms about how we can use an exercise like this as a way of identifying needs, particularly in equity challenge areas like Wheaton. So we could probably design the exercise to combine research in those areas. But ultimately, the goal is is improving how you move through the area and how you use it. And it is a big challenge moving through Wheaton. We have heard it loud and clear all the time that we've been working on this. And we have spoken with folks from communities surrounding what we call the core, which is basically the triangle in Wheaton, and the cluster of smaller businesses that are concentrated around the intersection of Georgia Avenue and University Boulevard. I mean, that's sort of the heart of Wheaton, and we've heard how difficult it is to get to those places depending on where you are coming from. So improving that in a safe manner is an important consideration, and for that we have next. We are recommending that placemaking initiatives are conducted in Wheaton. We have a list of priority initiatives that could be pursued within the central business district. And what we've recommended is that those initiatives are used to identify ways to improve areas that need improvement. To improve, for example, pathways that may be informally used by residents to get here. Can we make them formal? Can we actually improve those? Or we have frontages and segments of frontages along some of the major avenues that cross the CBD that are very difficult for pedestrians, and because of the lack of potential for near-term any kind of redevelopment, it's very difficult to envision how improvements for the pedestrian zones could be implemented. So we've recommended that those areas be looked at through a placemaking lens to see if there's interim improvements that can be introduced and suggestions for more permanent improvements to do in the future. And then the commercial frontages, I mean, we have been talking to the Department of Housing and Community Affairs, who actually has an ongoing facade improvement program now. And that's why we have included that and as part of the near term bucket of solutions, because they're actively trying to attract interest from business owners or property owners in areas like Wheaton. Wheaton is one of their priority areas. They have a limited amount of funding, but they really want to help out improve the area by using the program, so that's included in here. And we can go to the next. And then what we're thinking is that if we successfully manage to identify needs and identify potential improvements and get together the folks that can help us implement all those, that the implementation of those could start to happen sort of in the midterm. And that's what we're talking about. And in this phase, we're talking about improving existing open space. We have a picture in here of Veterans Urban Park, which is now under the purview of the urban district. I mean, we have been talking to our colleagues in the Parks Department who are really good at designing public spaces and parks, and they've been giving us some ideas that we're going to share at some point with the planning board about how to improve this. And we also want to next continue the process of potentially using the placemaking exercises to identify if there's interim locations where public open spaces can be created while we wait for redevelopment to come. And we think that there's potential for those. We have been, the urban district has been very interested in promoting placemaking exercises to help develop and identify areas where people can congregate so that they can then figure out how to improve them. So we think that could be a result of this. And next. We will continue to encourage properties as they're redeveloped to consolidate their public open space requirement in areas where you end up with meaningful spaces that are programmable and really usable. And particularly we're interested in we county-owned properties that may be up for redevelopment. We understand that there's an interest in developing our PLD lots, parking lot district lots, in the near term. We don't know what the status of that is, but if those were to yield any kind of real development, then those would be opportunities where you could actually consolidate some open space, because most of those locations are central to the districts that were identified by the sector plan. Next. Next. And then the other part of our midterm activity strategies are mostly related to connectivity, which is what we heard the most as part of our conversations. And next, we think that it's important to identify a consistent and adequate revenue source for the Wheaton Urban District. I mean, it's like we've heard loud and clear that a lot of the times they don't have enough to do what they need to do. And taking care of a CBD like Wheaton is a complicated operation. So ensuring a consistent revenue source for them is essential. In lieu of that, next, we also have a strategy to recommend exploring alternative funding sources for doing those improvements. And we have listed a few things in the report that we think could be looked at. But again, the combination of those is supportive of the goal next of improving access through the area. And that if adequate funding can be secured to improve pedestrian zones, there's a lot of bikeway work that is already happening. The Department of Transportation is already in the process of implementing a bikeway facility on Amherst Avenue, and they're exploring. They started design on a bikeway facility along Grandview Avenue, and they have a couple of other areas within the CBD where segments of the bikeway network that was proposed by the 2019 bicycle master plan are being implemented. So the combination of all those is going to start moving Wheaton into the better pedestrian realm that most residents are looking for. But the bigger challenge in the area next is the highways. It's the three highways that cross the CBD and the barrier they represent in separating the districts that were identified by the sector plan. So transforming those into pedestrian-friendly and comfortable places where pedestrians feel comfortable to move around is essential. And one of the things that we think is important that needs to be looked at next is that in any upcoming review of the extent of the right-of-way that is recommended for those highways, that should be limited potentially to what's existing, so that we can limit crossing distances and improve safety within the limits of the central business district. We did a preliminary analysis of the right-of-way that exists today versus what's recommended in the current master plans, and if we can condense that somewhat, it would make a huge improvement to, as I was mentioning, crossing distance and improving safety through the area. And next, this has to do with the branding efforts that we're talking about and identifying and making it clear for residents and users, how do you move to the area and where can you get through if you get on this path or that path. And branding, there is an effort to implement bikeway branding. They're developing that process now here in the department, and we're thinking on a similar process that could be expanded to improve wayfinding throughout the CBD, as all those pathways that people use today that are informal are formalized, then there could be an opportunity for achieving some clarity on how did you connect to public facilities that are either within or beyond the central business district by an exercise like this. Next. And the combination of all those improvements that are more about revitalizing the area and making it easier to navigate, we think that ultimately could lead to an interest in redevelopment. And that's why we only left it as incentivized redevelopment, because of all the conversations we have with our colleagues. I mean, there's well, this will work, that won't work. So I said, well, let's just think of that. If the area becomes attractive enough, then the interest will appear. And next. And then last but not least, that is sort of the high-level description of what each one of those four strategy categories are all about. Now, we use that same structure to describe potential opportunities within each one of the districts that are described in the sector plan. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, we're not going into the detail of all those in here, but those are the diagrams that we included in the draft study for each one of the areas. And we're happy to answer any questions you may have about any of those detailed recommendations here today. But I just wanted to sort of sum it up in the end just by saying that most of the strategies that we have included in this study will involve a future action. I mean, it'll involve collaboration, coordination, advocacy, leadership, and investment by a number of groups and county agencies. And we included this in the report. This is how we actually closed the draft report. I thought it was important to flag that out, that this will require follow-up. I mean, we have initiated, as part of the process that we followed for this study, a number of conversations. You know, we spend a lot of time talking to property owners, community groups, county agencies, state agencies, and so there is an awareness that a follow-up is needed. As part of the study, we have included recommendations to study certain alternatives that we think would improve the area for pedestrians and will facilitate development of significant properties, but it will require additional study. And I think that's an important point that we want to make at the end of this. And I think that's sort of what we have. And I wonder, are there any more questions following all this?
I actually do. It seems to me the conclusion of everything is try. Be inventive, work for things that may have worked in other areas and maybe not, but don't be afraid to fail if you try. And that goes for arts and entertainment, that goes for parking initiatives, that goes for new relationships with the state, and the toughest relationship is with the parking district. Because whatever you have, they say we have to keep our bondholders solid, which means no reduction in spaces. And until you overcome that, you have a problem. Until you overcome the right-of-way needs on state highways, good luck with that. You will not solve pedestrian impediments unless we all become faster walkers. I recommended being a faster walker before. It didn't work. But I think that's the overall tone that I hear in what you're saying is be inventive, try lots of things. It's a success. It needs to be a success in the future. We have impediments right now that we would like to overcome, and we're open to ways to do that. I mean, that's what I hear. Commissioner Hill.
I think those are excellent comments. I was really struck as I read through this that this is a plan with finesse in it. And I admire that. It also has some restraint. I liked your idea of don't break what we already have here, right? And I think it's good work. And one of the things that happened to me as I read through it is, as my mind started percolating as I read the introduction, you hit all those points and added some to it. So I support this.
This is amazing. No other comments?
All dittos to the support. Phenomenal job.
Are you saying it's amazing if I don't talk?
No,
Oh, okay.
never. I would never say such a thing. But I would be amazed. No?
I mean, I like the plan, and I just think that Wheaton has a lot of really new and good stuff, and unfortunately, it seems to have been done sort of in a, put this here, see if it works, put that there, see if it works, and it really is time to figure out, what the what the core identity of Wheaton is. And it seems to me that that's really what you're asking, that Wheaton as a place that it's more than just a crossroads between Silver Spring and Rockville. Wheaton is a place, so let's make it a place. And other than the mall, most people don't think about Wheaton as a place. So I mean, it seems to me that's what you're suggesting, that's what you're asking folks to do. And yeah, I totally, support that. I don't have anything to add.
Okay. Again, the only thing I would recommend is updating the sections on arts and entertainment a little bit, since reality has overtaken you a little bit, or proposals have overtaken you. At least you knew it was a proposal in here, and it was noted, but it's a little bit more now. It's a CIP project, which will have its own process. Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion to send this on to council.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
So moved.
All
I'll-
right,
I'll
moved
second
and
that.
seconded.
Let
Puppies.
Commissioner Presley move.
There you go. All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you very much. A very good presentation on
Thank you.
a very detailed project here. Thank you. Greetings, it's the afternoon of February 16th, 2023, Planning Board meeting. We're on item 9, but I think we'll hear from the Planning Director for a second.
Certainly, Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director. For the record, given the board's lengthy meeting today, we are going to defer this item to the March 2nd meeting. This is the briefing on the overview of rental housing. This is the same presentation we gave to the County Council a couple of weeks ago. So we will be back on March 2nd.
Okay. With that, we have no other business. So we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.